Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 19. Let's go through the words. Pillaging. Present participle and verbal noun of pillage, that which is taken from another or others by open force, particularly and chiefly from enemies in war, plunder, spoil, booty. Batter. To flatten metal by hammering, so as to compress it inwardly and spread it outwardly. Lief. Pleasing, agreeable, acceptable, preferable. Ill-tempered, unhealthy, ill-conditioned. Symmetrician. One eminently studious of symmetry of parts. Dies. A metal or plate often one of a pair, so cut or shaped as to give a certain desired form to, or impress any desired device on, an object or surface, by pressure or by a blow, used in forging metals, coining, striking up sheet metal, etc. Confrontment. The act of confronting, the state of being face to face. Tomentose. Covered with matted woolly hairs, as a tomentose leaf, a tomentose leaf, a tomentose membrane. Stormed. Imperfect and past participle of storm. A violent disturbance of the atmosphere, attended by wind, rain, snow, hail, or thunder and lightning, hence, often, a heavy fall of rain, snow, or hail, whether accompanied with wind or not. Creaser. A tool, or a sewing machine attachment, for making lines or creases on leather or cloth, as guides to sew by. Rolling pin. A cylindrical piece of wood or other material, with which paste or dough may be rolled out and reduced to proper thickness. Added. Imperfect and past participle of add, to join or unite, as one thing to another, or as several particulars, so as to increase the number, augment the quantity, enlarge the magnitude, or so as to form into one aggregate, hence, to sum up, to put together mentally, as, to add numbers, to add up a column. Polyporous. Having many pores. Hydrophobic. Of or pertaining to hydrophobia, producing or caused by rabies, as hydrophobic symptoms, the hydrophobic poison. Wiseker. A learned or wise man. Muscat. A name given to several varieties of Old World grapes, differing in color, size, etc., but all having a somewhat musky flavor. The Muscat of Alexandria is a large oval grape of a pale amber color. Dispeople. To deprive of inhabitants, to depopulate. Stipendiaries. One who receives a stipend. Amaze. Bewilderment, arising from fear, surprise, or wonder, amazement. Well, a depressed space in the after part of the deck, often called the cockpit. Pepperine, a volcanic rock formed by the cementing together of sand, scoria, cinders, etc. Fairy, enchantment, illusion. Sterilize, to make sterile or unproductive, to impoverish, as land, to exhaust of fertility. Misvalue, to value wrongly or too little, to undervalue. Resistibility, the quality of being resistant, resistance. Off, denoting a different direction, not on or towards, away, as, to look off. Isle, with the sails furled, and the helm lashed tilly, applied to ships in a storm, the outer covering of anything, particularly of nut or of grain, the outer skin of a kernel, the husk, and emasculation, the act of depriving, or state of being deprived, of vigor or strength, unmanly weakness. Brick, imperfect and past participle of brick, a block or clay tempered with water, sand, etc., molded into a regular form, usually rectangular, and sun-dried, or burnt in a kiln, or in a heap or stack called a clump. Penurious, destitute of money, suffering extreme want. Enroll, to insert in a roll, to register or enter in a list or catalog or on rolls of court, hence, to record, to insert in records, to leave in writing, as, to enroll men for service, to enroll a decree or a law, also, reflexively, to enlist. Crawling, present participle and verbal noun of curl, to advance slowly and furtively, to insinuate oneself, to advance or gain influence by servile or obsequious conduct. Progression, course, passage, lapse or process of time. Eldership, office of an elder, collectively, a body of elders. Submission, acknowledgement of a fault, confession of error. Paralypsis, a pretended or apparent omission, a figure by which a speaker artfully pretends to pass by what he really mentions, as, for example, if an orator should say, I do not speak of my adversary's scandalous venality and rapacity, his brutal conduct, his treachery and malice. Counterflowery, adorned with flowers, usually fleurs de lis, so divided that the tops appear on one side and the bottoms on the others, said of any ordinary. Gumminess, the state or quality of being gummy, viscousness. Plaiting, plaited strips or bark, cane, straw, etc., used for making hats or the like.
Midden.
A covering for the hand, worn to defend it from cold or injury. It differs from a glove in not having a separate sheath for each finger.
Persiveness.
State of being perceived.
Tip.
A thin, boarded brush made of camel's hair, used by gilders in lifting gold leaf.
Forslack.
To neglect by idleness, to delay or to waste by sloth.
Luxuriate.
To indulge with unrestrained delight and freedom, as to luxuriate in description.
Session.
The actual sitting of the court, council, legislature, etc., or the actual assembly of the members of such a body, for the transaction of business.
Underestimate.
To set a low value on, to estimate below the truth.
Slouching.
Hanging down at the side, limp, drooping, without firmness or shapeliness, moving in an ungainly manner.
Respond.
A half-pier or pillar attached to a wall to support an arch.
Cottonary.
Relating to, or composed of, cotton, cottony.
Doff.
Imperfect and past participle of doff, to put off, as dress, to divest oneself of, hence, figuratively, to put or thrust away, to rid oneself of.
Upcast.
A taunt, a reproach.
Hungrily.
Wanting food, starved.
Gerfalcon.
The gyre falcon.
Wander.
To ramble here and there without any certain course or with no definite object in view. To range about, to stroll, to rove, as to wander over the fields. A fruit composed of several cartilaginous or bony carpels enclosed in an adherent fleshy mass, which is partly receptacle and partly calyx, as an apple, quince, or pear.
Conversation.
Colloquial discourse, oral interchange of sentiments and observations, informal dialogue.
Cuboidal.
Cube-shaped, or nearly so, as the cuboid bone of the foot.
Megalips.
A large fish, the tarpon.
Sifted.
Armed scythes, as a chariot.
Knobbing.
Rough dressing by knocking off knobs or projections.
Extortion.
That which is extorted or exacted by force.
Scrape.
To remove by rubbing or scraping in the sense above.
Endocygnous.
Having 11 pistils, as an endocygnous flower.
Pyroxylin.
A substance resembling gun-cotton in composition and properties, but distinct in that it is more highly nitrified and is soluble in alcohol, ether, etc., called also pyroxyle.
Epilogic.
Of or pertaining to an epilogue.
Stellation.
Radiation of light.
Sparing.
Present participle and verbal noun of spare. The right of going again at a full set of pins. After having knocked all the pins down in less than 3 bowls. If all the pins are knocked down in one bowl, it is a double spare. In 2 bowls, a single spare.
Microbian.
Of, pertaining to, or caused by, microbes, as, the microbian theory, the microbian disease.
Misground.
To found erroneously.
Fulsome.
Lustful, wanton, obscene, also, tending to obscenity.
Coordinate.
Lines, or other elements of reference, by means of which the position of any point, as of a curve, is defined with respect to certain fixed lines, or planes, called coordinate axes and coordinate planes, one of the elements of reference by which a point, as of a curve, is referred to a system of fixed rectilineal coordinate axes.
Short.
To shorten.
Rational.
Having reason, or the faculty of reasoning, endowed with reason or understanding, reasoning.
Monopolize.
To recover or release from the state of being monopolized.
Persecute.
To harass with importunity, to pursue with persistent solicitations, to annoy.
Moodishly.
In a moody manner.
Mask.
That which disguises, a pretext or subterfuge.
Silver.
Of or pertaining to silver, made of silver, as, silver leaf, a silver cup.
Name.
To designate a member, by name, as the speaker does by way of reprimand.
Rivet.
Hence, to fasten firmly, to make firm, strong, or immovable, as, to rivet friendship or affection.
Adherency.
That which adheres.
Climatology.
The science which treats of climates and investigates their phenomena and causes.
Poops.
The down of plants, a downy or villous substance which grows on plants. Pubescence.
Summoner.
One who summons, one who cites by authority, specifically, a petty officer formerly employed to summon persons to appear in court, an apprator.
Material.
Pertaining to the matter, as opposed to the form, of a thing, that of which anything is composed, constituent substance, material. The material or substantial part of anything, the constituent elements of conception, that into which a notion may be analyzed, the essence, the pith, the embodiment.
Iridescent.
Having colors like the rainbow, exhibiting a play of changeable colors, nacreous, prismatic, as iridescent glass.
Bed.
The flat part of the press, on which the form is laid.
Verminously.
In a verminous manner.
Admiring.
Expressing admiration, as an admiring glance.
Lecher.
A man given to lewdness, one addicted, in an excessive degree, to the indulgence of sexual desire, or to the illicit commerce with women.
Dumviral.
Of or belonging to the dumviri or the dumver.
Rawhead.
The redfin.
Uli.
The European yellowhammer.
Midden.
A covering for the hand, worn to defend it from cold or injury. It differs from the glove in not having a separate sheath for each finger.
Decubitus.
An attitude assumed in lying down, as the dorsal decubitus.
Augustinian.
A member of one of the religious orders called after Saint Augustine, an Austin friar.
Bottom.
To furnish with a bottom, as to bottom a chair.
Brokerage.
The fee, reward, or commission given or changed for transacting business as a broker.
Aerogenous.
Of the nature or color of verdigris, or the rust of copper.
Kind.
Proceeding from, or characterized by, goodness, gentleness, or benevolence, as, a kind act.
Fletched.
Imperfect and past participle of fletch, to feather, as an arrow.
Inwheel.
To encircle.
Skein.
A knife or short dagger, especially that in use among the Highlanders of Scotland, variously spelled.
Days.
A platform slightly raised above the floor of a hall or large room, giving distinction to the table and seats placed upon it for the chief guests.
Da capo.
From the beginning, a direction to return to, and end with, the first strain, indicated by the letters died, centigrade, also, the strain so repeated.
Animalism.
The state, activity, or enjoyment of animals, mere animal life without intellectual or moral qualities, sensuality.
Umbilic.
The navel, the center.
Gaiety.
The state of being gay, merriment, mirth, acts or entertainments prompted by, or inspiring, merry delight, used often in the plural, as, the gaieties of the season.
Withdrawing room.
A room for retirement from another room, as from a dining room, a drawing room.
Assess.
To value, to make a valuation or official estimate of for the purpose of taxation.
Acuminous.
Characterized by acumen, keen.
Round.
The step of a ladder, a rundle or rung, also, a crosspiece which joins and braces the legs of a chair.
Semiphilix.
Half bent,
Fertilely.
in a fertile or fruitful manner.
Proctorial.
Of or pertaining to a proctor, especially an academic proctor, magisterial.
Scherzando.
In a playful or sportive manner.
Look.
To show oneself in looking, as by leaning out of a window, as, look out of the window while I speak to you, sometimes used figuratively.
Junk.
Old iron, or other metal, glass, paper, etc., bought and sold by junk dealers.
Downlook.
Having a downcast countenance, dejected, gloomy, sullen.
Fell.
Imperfect of full, to decline in power, glory, wealth, or importance, to become insignificant, to lose rank or position, to decline in weight, value, price, etc., to become less, as, the fulls, stocks fell 2 points.
Polyandria.
A Linnaean class of monoclonous or hermaphrodite plants, having many stamens, or any number above 20, inserted in the receptacle.
Passing.
The wild or besorgo, a hollow-horned ruminant of the genus Capra, of several species and varieties, especially the domestic goat centigrade hircus, which is raised for its milk, flesh, and skin.
Sea.
One of the larger bodies of salt water, less than an ocean, found on the Earth's surface, a body of salt water of second rank, generally forming part of, or connecting with, an ocean or a larger sea, as, the Mediterranean Sea, the Sea of Marmora, the North Sea, the Caribbean Sea.
Hylobates.
Any species of the genus Hylobates, a gibbon, or long-armed ape, any arboreal ape of the genus Hylobates, of which many species and varieties inhabit the East Indies and Southern Asia, they are tailless and without cheek pouches, and have very long arms, adapted for climbing.
Jargon.
To utter jargon, to emit confused or unintelligible sounds, to talk unintelligibly, or in a harsh and noisy manner.
Discipline.
to educate, to develop by instruction and exercise, to train.
wireworm,
A galleyworm.
cast,
Form, appearance, mean, air, style, as, a peculiar cast of countenance.
Latinism,
A Latin idiom, a mode of speech peculiar to Latin, also, a mode of speech in another language, as English, formed on a Latin model.
sailboat,
A boat propelled by a sail or sails.
potassius,
The hydroxide of potassium hydrate, a hard white brittle substance, though, having strong caustic and alkaline properties, hence called also caustic potash.
translation,
The act of flying beyond or across.
ictin,
A nitrogenous substance resembling vitelline, present in the egg yolk of cartilaginous fishes.
corruptless,
Not susceptible of corruption or decay, incorruptible.
distracal,
Tending or serving to draw apart.
protosillic,
A silicate formed with the lowest proportion of silicic acid, or having but one atom of silicon in the molecule.
and
To free from knots, to untie.
knit,
To form a fabric by interlacing yarn or thread, to weave by making knots or loops.
project,
That which is projected or designed, something intended or devised, a scheme, a design, a plan.
adverted,
Imperfect and past participle of advert, to turn the mind or attention, to refer, to take heed or notice, without, as, he adverted to what was said.
plowman,
A rustic, a countryman, a field laborer.
interceding,
Present participle and verbal noun of intercede, to act between parties with a view to reconcile differences, to make intercession, to beg or plead in behalf of another, to mediate, usually followed by with and for, as, I will intercede with him for you.
anhydrous,
Destitute of water, as, anhydrous salts or acids.
laud,
To let fall heavily or lazily.
tisicle,
Consumptive, PHTHISICAL.
dallying,
Present participle and verbal noun of dally, to waste time in effeminate or voluptuous pleasures, or in idleness, to fool away time, to delay unnecessarily, to tarry, to trifle.
hood,
A covering for hawk's head and eyes of falcon.
caliper,
A vessel with two or three masts, used in the Mediterranean, The masks are usually of one piece, and without tops, caps, or cross trees.
Jaunty.
Airy, showy, finical, hence, characterized by an affected or fantastical manner.
Obtruction.
Slander, detraction, calumny.
Cast.
The act of casting or throwing, a throw.
Lepidopteral.
Of or pertaining to the Lepidoptera.
Fur.
The deposit formed on the interior of boilers and other vessels by hard water.
Solid.
A magnitude which has length, breadth, and thickness, a part of space bounded on all sides.
Pharaoh.
Not producing young in a given season or year, said only of cows.
Cryptographer.
One who writes in cipher, or secret characters.
Cheap.
Imperfect and past participle of cheep, a chirp, peep, or squeak, as of a young bird or mouse.
Diaphometric.
Relating to the measurement of the tactile sensibility of parts, as diaphometric compasses.
Shellicle.
A chaffinch.
Waldenses.
A sect of dissenters from the ecclesiastical system of the Roman Catholic Church, who in the 13th century were driven by persecution to the valleys of Piedmont, where the sect survives. They profess substantially Protestant principles.
Madrig.
A large fish pound used for the capture of the tunny in the Mediterranean, also applied to the sns used for the same purpose.
Pleasant.
Cheerful, enlivening, gay, sprightly, humorous, sportive, as pleasant company, a pleasant fellow.
Tet.
A kind of wig, false hair.
Protasis.
The first part of a drama, of a poem, or the like, the introduction, opposed to epitasis.
Shave.
The cutting of the beard, the operation of shaving.
Witchcraft.
Power more than natural, irresistible influence.
Pattern.
Anything proposed for imitation, an archetype, an exemplar, that which is to be, or is worthy to be, copied or imitated, as a pattern of a machine.
Ribbing.
Present participle and verbal noun of rib, in Gothic vaulting, one of the primary members of the vault. These are strong arches, meeting and crossing one another, dividing the whole space into triangles, which are then filled by vaulted construction of lighter material. Hence, an imitation of one of these in wood, plaster, or the like.
Background.
the space which is behind and subordinate to a portrait or group of figures.
Municipality.
A municipal district, a borough, city, or incorporated town or village.
Sepia.
The common European cuttlefish.
Kidney worm.
The novel
Glutaconic.
pertaining to, or derived from, an acid intermediate between glutaric and aconitic acids.
Enten.
To link together, to connect.
Ironish.
Resembling iron, as in taste.
Lagosthemia.
A morbid condition in which the eye stands wide open, giving a peculiar staring appearance.
Bed.
A course of stone or brick in a wall.
Ophidian.
One of the Ophidia, a snake or serpent.
Christian.
Characteristic of Christian people. Civilized, kind, kindly, gentle, beneficent.
Trannel.
A trenail.
Glittery.
Giving no sure footing, smooth, slippery.
Coluber.
A genus of harmless serpents.
Foregoing.
Present participle and verbal noun of forego. To pass by, to leave, to relinquish the enjoyment or advantage of, to give up, to resign, to renounce, said of a thing already enjoyed, or of one within reach, or anticipated.
Hew.
To cut in pieces, to chop, to hack.
Arborist.
One who makes trees his study, or who is versed in the knowledge of trees.
Tubipara.
A genus of halcyonids in which the skeleton, or coral called organ pipe coral, consists of a mass of parallel cylindrical tubes united at intervals by transverse plates. These corals are usually red or purple and form large masses. They are natives of the tropical parts of the Indian and Pacific Oceans.
Desiccant.
Drying, desiccative.
Ern.
A sea eagle, especially the European white-tailed sea eagle Haliaeetus albicilla.
Cosinage.
A writ to recover possession of an estate in lands, when a stranger has entered, after the death of the grandfather's grandfather, or other distant collateral relation.
Intolerating.
Not tolerating difference of opinion or sentiment, especially in religious matters, refusing to allow others the enjoyment of their opinions, rites, or worship, unjustly impatient of the opinion of those disagree with us, not tolerant, unforbearing, bigoted.
Gravitated.
Imperfect and past participle of gravitate, to obey the law of gravitation, to exert a force or pressure, or tend to move, under the influence of gravitation, to tend in any direction or toward any object.
ledger,
A horizontal piece of timber secured to the uprights and supporting floor timbers, a staircase, scaffolding, or the like. It differs from an entity in being intended to carry weight.
Spitz dog,
A breed of dogs having erect ears and long silky hair, usually white, called also Pomeranian dog, and Laploop.
segregate,
To separate from the mass, and collect together about centers or along lines of fracture, as in the process of crystallization or solidification.
screw cutting,
Adapted for forming a screw by cutting, as a screw cutting lathe.
act,
To perform, to execute, to do.
silentiary,
One appointed to keep silence and order in court, also, one sworn not to divulge secrets of state.
nature,
Physical constitution or existence, the vital powers, the natural life.
kunti,
The Caicadaceous plant of Florida and the West Indies, the Zomia integrifolia, from the stems of which a kind of sago is prepared.
self-deception,
The act of deceiving oneself, or the state of being self-deceived, self-deception.
plesomorphous,
Nearly alike in form.
underput,
To put or send under.
me,
1. A man. 1. Used with the verb in the singular, and corresponding to the present indefinite one or they.
repairer,
One who, or that which, repairs, restores, or makes amends.
jaw,
One of a pair of opposing parts which are movable towards or from each other, for grasping or crushing anything between them, as the jaws of a vice, or the jaws of a stone-crushing machine.
visa,
To endorse, after examination, with the word vice, as a passport, to vice.
physostomus,
Having a duct to the air bladder.
desertless,
Without desert.
crop,
A long-tailed Apomachus cynomolgus of India and Sumatra. It is reddish olive, spotted with black, and has a black tail.
compensation,
A recompense or reward for some loss or service.
melancholy,
Depressed in spirits, dejected, gloomy, dismal.
cyst,
To cause to take a place, as at the bar of a court, hence, to cite, to summon, to bring into court.
treaty,
a proposal tending to an agreement.
triborium,
A canopy usually standing free and supported on four columns, covering the high altar, or, very rarely, a secondary altar.
injunction,
The act of enjoining, the act of directing, commanding, or prohibiting.
shoot,
To germinate, to bud, to sprout.
peregrinate,
Having traveled, foreign.
vitriolization,
The act of vitriolizing, or the state of being vitriolized, vitriolation.
orthodiagonal,
The diagonal or lateral axis in a monoclinic crystal which is at right angles with the vertical axis.
disregarding,
Present participle and verbal noun of disregard, not to regard, to pay no heed to omit to take notice of, to neglect to observe, to slight as unworthy of regard or notice, as, to disregard the admonitions of conscience.
disordination,
The state of being in disorder, derangement, confusion.
foresail,
The forestaysail of a sloop, being the triangular sail next forward of the mast.
sabulosity,
The quality of being sabulous, sandiness, grittiness.
hop yard,
A field where hops are raised.
meninus,
One of a small denomination of Christians, so called from Menno Simons of Friesland, their founder. They believe that the New Testament is the only rule of faith, that there is no original sin, that infants should not be baptized, and that Christians ought not to take oath, hold office, or render military service.
porter,
A man who has charge of a door or gate, a doorkeeper, one who waits at the door to receive messages.
empiricist,
An empiric.
dysphonia,
A difficulty in producing vocal sounds, enfeebled or depraved voice.
sumac,
The powdered leaves, peduncles, and young branches of certain species of the sumac plant, used in tanning and dyeing.
mediateness,
The state of being mediate.
additement,
An addition, or a thing added.
astride,
To stand or sit with anything between the legs, or with the legs astride, to stand over.
and color,
To furnish or surround with a collar.
stylomethera,
A division of pulmonata in which the eyes are situated at the tips of the tentacles. It includes the common land snails and slugs, any one of numerous species of terrestrial air-breathing gastropods belonging to the genus Helix and many allied genera of the family Helicid. They are abundant in nearly all parts of the world except the Arctic regions, and feed almost entirely on vegetation, a land snail.
Wittily.
In a witty manner, wisely, ingeniously, artfully, with a delicate turn or phrase, or with an ingenious association of ideas.
Courtesies.
An act of civility, respect, or reverence made by women, consisting of a slight depression or dropping of the body, with bending of the knees.
King.
A Chinese musical instrument, consisting of resonant stones or metal plates, arranged according to their tones in a frame of wood, and struck with a hammer.
Occasional.
Of or pertaining to an occasion or to occasions, occurring at times, but not constant, regular, or systematic, made or happening as opportunity requires or admits, casual, incidental, as occasional remarks, or efforts,
Non-essential.
not essential.
Thunderstorm.
A storm accompanied with lightning and thunder.
Affront.
In front of.
Genius.
A good or evil spirit or demon, supposed by the ancients to preside over a man's destiny in life, a tutelary deity, a supernatural being, a spirit, good or bad, compare, genie.
Tenantry.
The body of tenants, as the tenantry of a manor or a kingdom.
Tympanodial.
Of or pertaining to the tympanum and the hyoidin arch.
Buddy.
One who mines by contract, at so much per ton of coal or ore.
Singed.
Of singe, to singe.
Perbromic.
Pertaining to, or designating, the highest oxygen acid, HBrO4, of bromine.
Dismay.
To disable with alarm or apprehensions, to depress the spirits or courage of, to deprive or firmness and energy through fear, to daunt, to apple, to terrify.
Tartarine.
Having the surface rough and crumbling, as many lichens are tartareous.
Ripple.
To make a sound as of water running gently over a rough bottom, or the breaking of ripples on the shore.
Chiopine.
A clog, or pattern, having a very thick sole, or in some cases raised upon a still to height of a foot or more.
Horseplay.
Rude, boisterous play.
Hackle.
To tear asunder, to break in pieces.
Salicylate.
A compound of salicyl, named after the analogy of a salt.
Mimesis.
Of the color of minium or red lead, miniate. 8.
Samia.
of or pertaining to the island of Samos.
Isochiminal.
The pertaining to, having the nature of, or making, isochimes, as, an isochimal line, an isochimal chart.
Centerboard.
A movable or sliding keel formed of a broad board or slab of wood or metal which may be raised into a watertight case amidships when in shallow water, or may be lowered to increase the area of lateral resistance and prevent leeway when the vessel is beating to windward. It is used in vessels of all sizes along the coast of the United States.
Rim base.
A short cylinder connecting a trunnion with the body of a cannon law of canon law.
Privileged.
Imperfect and past participle of privilege, a peculiar benefit, advantage, or favor, the right or immunity not enjoyed by others or by all, special enjoyment of a good, or exemption from an evil or burden, a prerogative, advantage, franchise.
Neologism.
The introduction of new words, or the use of old words in a new sense.
Apostolicism.
The state or quality of being apostolical.
Mebomian.
Of, pertaining to, or discovered by, Mebonius.
Lantern.
Something enclosing a light, and protecting it from wind, rain, etc., sometimes portable, as a closed vessel or case of horn, perforated tin, glass, oiled paper, or other material, having a lamp or candle within, sometimes fixed, as the glazed enclosure of a street light, or of a lighthouse light.
Trumpet.
A small mortar on a gun carriage, in use before the howitzer.
Cone.
A solid of the form described by the revolution of a right-angled triangle about one of the sides adjacent to the right angle, called also a right cone. More generally, any solid having a vertical point and bounded by a surface which is described by a straight line always passing through that vertical point. A solid having a circle for its base and tapering to a point or vertex.
Divorce.
The separation of a married woman from the bed and board of her husband. Divorcements at Toro/throw from bedboard.
Appendage.
Furnished with or supplemented by an appendage.
Antiptosis.
The putting of one case for another.
Hunching.
Present participle in verbal noun of hunch, to push or jostle with the elbow, to push or thrust suddenly.
Smiled.
Imperfect and past participle of smile, the act of smiling, a peculiar change or brightening of the face, which expresses pleasure, moderate joy, mirth, approbation, or kindness, opposed to frown.
Slide.
An apparatus in the trumpet and trombone by which the sounding tube is lengthened and shortened so as to produce the tones between the fundamental and its harmonics.
plod,
to toil, to drudge, especially, to study laboriously and patiently.
estimation,
Supposition, conjecture.
diapason,
A standard of pitch, a tuning fork, as the French normal diapason.
deprecate,
To proclaim, to celebrate.
polluting,
Present participle and verbal noun of pollute, to make foul, impure, or unclean, to defile, to taint, to soil, to desecrate, used of physical or moral defilement.
analose,
Analyst, panting.
scamble,
To mangle.
diphthong,
A vowel digraph, a union of two vowels in the same syllable, only one of them being sounded, as I in rain, eo in people, called an improper diphthong.
mantle,
The back of a bird together with the folded wings.
secretaryship,
The office, or the term of office, of a secretary.
steeving,
The act or practice of one who steeves.
Queensland,
The nut of an Australian tree Macadamia ternifolia. It is about an inch in diameter, and contains a single round edible seed, or sometimes two hemispherical seeds, so called from Queensland in Australia.
fascicle,
A small bundle or collection, a compact cluster, as a fascicle of fibers, a fascicle of flowers or roots.
nonsense,
That which is not sense, or has no sense, words, or language, which have no meaning, or which convey no intelligible ideas, absurdity.
cherty,
Like chert, containing chert, flinty.
wicker,
Wickerwork, a piece of wickerwork, especially a basque.
self-healing,
Having the power or property of healing itself.
oxygenic,
Pertaining to, containing, or resembling, oxygen, producing oxygen.
tabularized,
Imperfect and past participle of tabularize, to tabulate.
veratrina,
A poisonous alkaloid obtained from the root helberveratrum, and from sapodilla seeds as a white crystalline powder, having an acrid, burning taste. It is sometimes used externally, as in ointments, in the local treatment of neuralgia and rheumatism, called also veratria and veratrina.
snuffers,
An instrument for cropping and holding the snuff of a candle.
knighthood,
The character, dignity, or condition of a knight, or of knights as a class, hence, chivalry.
leash,
A brace and a half, Tears, 3. Three creatures of any kind, especially greyhounds, foxes, bucks, and hares, hence, the number 3 in general.
Distillation.
The burning of wine.
Illegal.
Pertaining to, or in the region of, the ilium, or dorsal bone of the pelvis, as, the iliac artery.
Prohib.
An inspissated juice, the inspissated juice of ripe fruit, obtained by evaporation of the juice over a fire till it acquires the consistence of a syrup. It is sometimes mixed with honey or sugar.
Faulty.
Containing faults, blemishes, or defect, imperfect, not fit for the use intended.
Intelligibility.
The quality or state of being intelligible, clearness, perspicuity, definiteness.
Marcacitic.
Containing, or having the nature of, marcasite.
Halamus.
The feast of All Saints, or All Hallows.
Wage.
To bind oneself, to engage.
Naiad.
Any plant of the order Naiadaceae, such as eelgrass, pondweed, etc.
Turn.
To change the form, quality, aspect, or effect of, to alter, to metamorphose, to convert, to transform, often with to or into before the word denoting the effect or product of the change, as, to turn a worm into a winged insect, to turn green to blue, to turn prose into verse, to turn a Whig to a Tory, or a Hindu to a Christian, to turn good to evil, and the like.
Systemize.
To reduce to system, to systematize.
Suspecting.
Present participle and verbal noun of suspect, to imagine to exist, to have a slight or vague opinion of the existence of, without proof, and often upon weak evidence or no evidence, to mistrust, to surmise, commonly used regarding something unfavorable, hurtful, or wrong, as, to suspect the presence of disease.
Ditrichotomous.
Dividing into double or treble ramifications, said of a leaf or stem.
Flatten.
Made or consisting of flannel.
Print.
A mark made by impression, a line, character, figure, or indentation, made by the pressure of one thing on another, as, the print of teeth or nails in flesh, the print of the foot in sand or snow.
Slip.
An unintentional error or fault, a false step.
Manganist.
One who manganizes.
Go.
To proceed or tend toward a result, consequence, or product. To tend, to conduce, to be an ingredient, to avail, to apply, to contribute, often with the infinitive, as, this goes to show.
Carve.
To cut as wood, stone, or other material, in an artistic or decorative manner. To sculpture. To engrave.
accuse,
To charge with or declare to have committed a crime or offense.
thump,
The sound made by the sudden fall or blow of a heavy body, as of a hammer, or the like.
bromelaceous,
Pertaining to, or resembling, a family of endogenous and mostly epiphytic or saxicolous plants of which the genera Tillandsia and Bilberg are examples. The pineapple, though terrestrial, is also of this family.
seduce,
Specifically, to induce to surrender chastity, to debauch by means of solicitation.
prothetic,
Of or pertaining to prothesis, as a prothetic apparatus.
ignis fatuus,
Figuratively, a misleading influence, a decoy.
reveries,
A loose or irregular train of thought occurring in musing or meditation, deep musing, daydream.
licorice,
The inspissated juice of licorice root, used as a confection and for medicinal purposes.
gunnel,
A gunwale.
pyrotechny,
The use and application of fire in science and the arts.
endorser,
The person who endorses.
jangle,
To sound harshly or discordantly, as bells out of tune.
phantasma,
A phantasm.
figeator,
A bird, see fig pecker.
tidiness,
The quality or state of being tidy.
Mary Betty,
A small copper coin of Spain, equal to 3 mils American money, less than a farthing sterling, also, an ancient Spanish gold coin.
satanet,
A kind of cloth made of cotton warp and woolen filling, used chiefly for trousers.
beheaded,
Imperfect and past participle of behead, to sever the head from, to take off the head of.
yatahan,
A long knife, or short saber, common among Mohammedan nations, usually having a double curve, sometimes nearly straight.
reobtainable,
That may be reobtained.
whip,
To beat eggs, cream, or the like, into a froth, as with a whisk, fork, or the like.
cindermill,
Having the same degree of heat.
sway,
To be drawn to one side by weight or influence. To lean, to incline.
ben,
The common yellow-flowered ovens of Europe, Jummerbenum, or Benyet. The name is sometimes given to other plants, as the hemlock, valerian, etc.
impenitent,
Impenitent.
ichneolithology,
The branch of science which treats of fossil footprints.
quick,
Fresh, bracing, sharp, keen.
metis,
Sugar cane, as it comes crushed from the mill. It is then dried and used as fuel. Also extended to the refuse of beetroot sugar.
strem,
To spring or recoil with violence.
uncut,
Not ground, or otherwise cut into a certain shape, as an uncut diamond.
figure,
A mode of expressing abstract or immaterial ideas by words which suggest pictures or images from the physical world. Pictorial language, a trope, hence, any deviation from the plainest form of statement.
osculum,
One of the excurrent apertures of sponges.
law,
To let hang down, as, to lop the head.
belimed,
Imperfect and past participle of belime. To besmear or ensnare with birdlime.
gonochrysm,
In ontogeny, differentiation of male and female individuals from embryos having the same rudimentary sexual organs.
toidens,
One of an ancient German tribe, later, a name applied to any member of the Germanic race in Europe, now used to designate a German, Dutchman, Scandinavian, etc., in distinction from a Celt or one of the Latin race.
suppression,
Complete stoppage of natural secretion or excretion, as suppression of urine, used in contradiction to retention, which signifies that the secretion or excretion is retained without expulsion.
closer,
A finisher, that which finishes or terminates.
effectiveness,
The quality of being effective.
elegiac,
Used in elegies, as elegiac verse, the elegiac distich or couplet, consisting of a dactylic hexameter and pentameter.
zone,
A zone or band, a layer.
inquisition,
A court or tribunal for the examination and punishment of heretics, fully established by Pope Gregory IX in 1235. Its operations were chiefly confined to Spain, Portugal, and their dependencies, and a part of Italy.
precipitation,
A falling, flowing, or rushing downward with violence and rapidity.
rock,
To rise straight up, set of birds, usually in the present participle or as an adjective.
unction,
Divine or sanctifying grace.
chafe,
Imperfect and past participle of chafe, to excite heated by friction, to rub in order to stimulate and make warm.
put up,
Arranged, plotted, in a bad sense, as a put-up job.
fox hunting,
Pertaining to or engaged in the hunting of foxes, fond of hunting foxes.
mortification,
Subjection of the passions and appetites, by penance, absistence, or painful severities inflicted on the body.
helioscope,
A telescope or instrument for viewing the sun without injury to the eyes, as through colored glasses, or with mirrors which reflect but a small portion of light.
pancart,
A royal charter confirming to subject all his possessions.
rutescene,
A white crystalline hydrocarbon produced indirectly from retin.
antithesis,
The second of two clauses forming an antithesis.
pund,
Imperfect and past participle of pun, a play on words which have the same sound but different meanings, an expression in which two different applications of a word present an odd or ludicrous idea, a kind of quibble or equivocation.
Shirley,
The bullfinch.
bet,
Imperfect and past participle of beat, to weep over, to deplore, to bedew with tears.
Meccawi,
A native or inhabitant of Mecca.
bubble,
The Fool's Club.
exhaust,
Domeless.
cannon,
The part of a bell by which it is suspended, called also ear and shank.
paint,
A cosmetic, rouge.
raisin,
To exercise the rational faculty, to deduce inferences from premises, to perform the process of deduction or of induction, to ratiocinate, to reach conclusions by a systematic comparison of facts.
yoke,
The quantity of land plowed in a day by a yoke of oxen.
miter,
Imperfect and past participle of mitri, to match together, as two pieces of molding or brass rule on a line bisecting the angle of junction, to bevel the ends or edges of, for the purpose of matching together at an angle.
gripsoid,
A gripsoid crab.
proto-canonical,
Of or pertaining to the first canon, or that which contains the authorized collection of the books of Scripture, opposed to deuterocanonical.
indebting,
Present participle and verbal noun of int, to bring into debt, to place under obligation, chiefly used in the participle indebted.
abc book,
An ABC book, a primer.
Cowboys.
Flat, depressed, crooked, said only of the nose.
Oral.
Uttered by the mouth, or in words, spoken, not written, verbal, as oral traditions, oral testimony, oral law.
Governance.
Exercise of authority, control, government, arrangement.
Hymnist.
A writer of hymns.
Trail.
A frame for trailing plants, a trellis.
Adjectively.
As, or in the manner of, an adjective, adjectively.
Eye.
A canine tooth of the upper jaw.
Impress.
To produce by pressure, as a mark, stamp, image, etc. To imprint a mark or figure upon something.
Gnarled.
Knotted, knotty, full of knots or gnarls, twisted, cross-grained.
Dubbing.
The body substance of an angler's fly.
Contralto.
The part sung by the highest male or lowest female voices, the alto or countertenor.
Loft.
Lofty, proud.
Elf.
A very diminutive person, a dwarf.
Undeaf.
To free from deafness, to cause to hear.
Ince.
The ounce.
Lack.
Deficiency, want, need, destitution, failure, as a lack of sufficient food.
Intolerable.
Intolerable.
Jacobinic.
Of or pertaining to the Jacobins of France, revolutionary, of the nature of, or characterized by, Jacobinism.
Blackguard.
Scurrilous, abusive, low, worthless, vicious, as, blackguard language.
Degrading.
Present participle and verbal noun of degrade, to reduce in estimation, character, or reputation, to lessen the value of, to lower the physical, moral, or intellectual character of, to debase, to bring shame or contempt upon, to disgrace, as, vice degrades a man.
Death.
Manner of dying, act or state of passing from life.
Magnesius.
Of, pertaining to, designating, those compounds of manganese in which the element has a lower valence as contrasted with manganic compounds, as, manganese oxide.
Mutiny.
To fall into strife, to quarrel.
Statued.
Adorned with statues.
Ward.
A division of a hospital, as, a fever ward.
level,
To be level. To be on a level with or on an equality with something. Hence, to accord, to agree, to suit.
usinal,
Shaped or sounding like a trumpet, trumpet-like.
rewardless,
Having or affording no reward.
quinic,
Pertaining to, derived from, or connected with quinine and related compounds, specifically designating a non-nitrogenous acid obtained from cinchona bark, coffee, beans, etc., as a white crystalline substance.
burn,
To injure by fire or heat, to change destructively some property or properties of, by undue exposure to fire or heat, to scorch, to scald, to blister, to singe, to char, to sear, as, to burn steel in forging, to burn one's face in the sun burns the grass.
rupture,
Hernia, a protrusion, consisting of an organ or part which has escaped from its natural cavity, and projects through some natural or accidental opening in the walls of the latter, as hernia of the brain, of the lung, or of the bowels, hernia of the abdominal viscerian most common, called also rupture.
aldermanic,
Relating to, becoming to, or like, an alderman, characteristic of an alderman.
location,
The act or operation of making or becoming liquid, also, the capacity of becoming liquid.
lobated,
Furnished with membranous flaps, as the toes of Aquidum, under F's.
wretched,
Imperfect and past participle of wretch, to make an effort to vomit, to strain, as in vomiting.
dietine,
A subordinate or local assembly, a diet of inferior rank.
turbo,
Any one of numerous marine gastropods of the genus Turbo or family Turbinid, usually having a turbinate shell, pearly on the inside, and a calcareous operculum.
incorrigible,
Incorrigible, not capable of correction.
dead,
Wanting in religious spirit and vitality, as dead faith, dead works.
separate,
To set apart, to select from among others, as for a special use or service.
patent,
The right or privilege conferred by such a document, hence, figuratively, a right, privilege, or license of the nature of a patent.
crimp,
Imperfect and past participle of cramp, a piece of wood having a curve corresponding to that of the upper part of the instep, on which the upper leather of a boot is stretched to give it the requisite shape.
push,
Any thrust, pressure, impulse, or force applied, a shove, as, to give the ball the first push.
shade,
Comparative obscurity owing to the interception or interruption of the rays of light. Partial darkness caused by the intervention of something between the space contemplated and the source of light.
Toxicology.
The science which treats of the complex relations of living creatures to other organisms, and to their surrounding conditions generally.
Conciliabule.
An obscure ecclesiastical council, a conciliable.
Visual.
That can be seen, visible.
Avenue Maria.
A particular time as in Italy, at the ringing of the bells about half an hour after sunset, and also at early dawn, when the people repeat the Avenue Maria.
Compass.
A flat basket or frail for figs, etc. Hence, a lady's flat work basket, reticule, or handbag, often written kaba.
Intervener.
One who intervenes, especially law, a person who assumes a part in a suit between others.
Arbuscular.
Of or pertaining to a dwarf tree, shrub-like.
Episcopicide.
The killing of a bishop.
Keeper.
One who has the care, custody, or superintendence of anything, as the keeper of a park, a pound, of sheep, of a gate, etc. The keeper of attached property, hence, one who saves from harm, a defender, a preserver.
Brother.
One who, or that which, resembles another in distinctive qualities or traits of character.
Defensor.
The patron of a church, an officer having charge of the temporal affairs of a church.
Discompose.
To throw into disorder, to ruffle, to destroy the composure or equanimity, to agitate.
Wad.
An earthy oxide of manganese, or mixture of different oxides and water, with some oxide of iron, and often silica, alumina, lime, or baryta, black ochre. There are several varieties.
Caudexes.
The stem of a tree, especially a stem without a branch, as of a palm or a tree fern, also, the perennial rootstock of an herbaceous plant.
Tillary.
One of the pads on the undersurface of the toes of birds.
Cleaved.
Imperfect of leave, to part, to open, to crack, to separate, as parts of bodies, as the ground cleaves by frost.
Alarmable.
Easily alarmed or disturbed.
Kennel coal.
A kind of mineral coal of a black color, sufficiently hard and solid to be cut and polished. It burns readily, with a clear, yellow flame, and on this account has been used as a substitute for candles.
Anabasis.
A journey or expedition up from the coast, like that of the younger Cyrus into Central Asia, described by Xenophon in his work called the Anabasis.
Caroling.
A song of joy or devotion, a singing, as of carols.
Figure.
To embellish with design, to adorn with figures.
Fish block.
A tackle or purchase used to raise the flukes of the anchor up to the gunwale. The block used is called the fish block.
Renitent.
Resisting pressure or the effect of it, acting against impulse by elastic force.
Vertebrated.
Contracted at intervals, so as to resemble the spine in animals.
Babbler.
A name given to any one of family T-mullen, of thrush-like birds, having a chattering note.
Clardy.
Sticky and foul, muddy, filthy, dirty.
Expirant.
One who expires or is expiring.
Stable.
To put or keep in a stable.
Cordialize.
To render cordial, to reconcile.
Localized.
Imperfect and past participle of localize, to make local, to fix in, or assign to, a definite place.
Endocene.
One of the higher hydrocarbons of the paraffin series, C11H24, found as a constituent of petroleum.
Tedix.
The cicada.
Lyrical.
Of or pertaining to a lyre or harp.
Dash.
A slight admixture, infusion, or adulteration, a partial overspreading, as wine with a dash of water, red with a dash of purple.
Incontrovertible.
Not controvertible, too clear or certain to admit of dispute, indisputable.
Limbering.
Present participle and verbal noun of limber. The detachable forepart of a gun carriage, consisting of two wheels, an axle, and a shaft to which the horses are attached. On top is an ammunition box upon which the cannoneers sit.
Admirative.
Relating to or expressing admiration or wonder.
Inceptor.
One who is on the point of taking the degree of Master of Arts at an English university.
Optics.
That branch of physical science which treats of the nature and properties of light, the laws of its modification by opaque and transparent bodies, and the phenomena of vision.
Potus.
A West African long-tailed monkey, Cherkopithecus river, the red monkey.
Galilee.
A porch or waiting room, usually at the west end of an abbey church, where the monks collected on returning from processions, where bodies were laid previous to interment, and where women were allowed allowed to see the monks to whom they were related, or to hear divine service, also frequently applied to the porch of a church, as at Ely and Durham cathedrals.
Accounting.
Present participle and verbal noun of account, a statement in general of reasons, causes, grounds, etc., explanatory of some event, as no satisfactory account has been given of these phenomena, hence, the word is often used simply for reason, ground, consideration, motive, etc., as on no account, on every account, on all accounts.
Ageratum.
A genus of plants, one species of which No. mexicanum, has lavender blue flowers in dense clusters.
Bundle.
To prepare for departure, to set off in a hurry or without ceremony.
Acquit.
To bear or conduct oneself, to perform one's part, as the soldier acquitted himself well in battle. The orator acquitted himself very poorly.
Nair.
A nostril.
Shrift.
One of the fine lines of a letter, especially one of the fine cross strokes at the top and bottom of letters.
Witchcraft.
The practices or art of witches, sorcery, enchantments, intercourse with evil spirits.
Symbolized.
Imperfect and past participle of symbolize, to have a resemblance of qualities or properties, to correspond, to harmonize.
Canthries.
A beetle slash canthries, vesicatoria, having one G an elongated cylindrical body of a brilliant green color, and a nauseous odor. The blister fly or blister beetle, of the apothecary, also called Spanish fly. Many other species of Lita, used for the same purpose, take the same name. A vesicle of the skin, containing watery matter or serum, whether occasioned by a burn or other injury, or by a vesicatory, a collection of serous fluid causing a bladder-like elevation of the cuticle. Beetle, under blister. The plural form usually applied to the dried insects used in medicine.
Refluent.
Flowing back, returning, ebbing.
Belton.
A festival of the heathen Celts on the first day of May, in the observance of which great bonfires were kindled. It still exists in a modified form in some parts of Scotland and Ireland.
Laureate.
The golden oriole of Europe, any one of various species of Old World singing birds of the family Oriolid. They are usually conspicuously colored with yellow and black. The European or golden oriole Oriola scopula, Oro, Oriolus, has a very musical flute-like note.
Elson.
A shoemaker's awl.
Niobe.
Freed or loosed from yoke.
Sapatio.
The sapaju.
Decigram.
A weight in the metric system. 1/10 of a gram, equal to 1.5432 grains of worded plot.
D.
The nominal of the second tone in the model major scale that in C, or of the fourth tone in the relative minor scale of C that in A minor, or of the key tone in the relative minor of French.
Nicoline.
A mineral of a copper red color and metallic luster, an arsenide of nickel, called also copper nickel, Kupfer nickel.
Irrational.
Not according to reason, absurd, foolish.
Bubble.
The Fool's Club.
Becca.
Half a shekel.
Semiorbicular.
Having the shape of a half-orb or sphere.
Philanthropy.
Love to mankind, benevolence toward the whole human family, universal goodwill, desire and readiness to do good to all men, opposed to misanthropy.
Languid.
Drooping or flagging from exhaustion, indisposed to exertion, without animation, weak, weary, heavy, dull.
N11.
The 11 men selected to play on one side in a match, as the representatives of a club or a locality, as the All England 11.
Mercury.
Sprightly or mercurial quality, spirit, mutability, fickleness.
Lasso.
A rope or long thong of leather with a running noose, used for catching horses, cattle, etc.
Remittent.
Remitting, characterized by remission, having remissions.
Print shop.
A shop where prints are sold.
A good.
In earnest, heartily.
Lectionary.
A book, or list, of lections, for reading in divine service.
Veda.
The ancient sacred literature of the Hindus, also, one of the four collections, called Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sam Veda, and Atharva Veda, constituting the most ancient portions of that literature.
Gallows.
A frame from which is suspended the rope with which criminals are executed by hanging, usually consisting of two upright posts and a crossbeam on the top, also, a like frame for suspending anything.
Pommel.
A pommel.
Flouter.
One who flouts, a mocker.
Bigden.
A cap or hood with pieces covering the ears.
Cambro Britain.
A Welshman.
Praisable.
Fit to be praised, praiseworthy, laudable, commendable.
Espalier.
A railing or trellis upon which fruit trees or shrubs are trained, as upon a wall, a tree or row of trees so trained.
Saltarello.
A popular Italian dance in quick 3 to 4 or 6 to 8 time, running mostly in triplets, but with a hop step at the beginning of each measure. A rapid and delirious sort of Neapolitan dance in 6 to 8 time, which moves in whirling triplets, so called from the popular notion of its being a remedy against the poisonous bite of the tarantula. Some derive its name from Taranto in Apulia.
Per.
Smart, trim, spruce, jaunty, vain.
Regenerate.
To generate or produce anew, to reproduce, to give new life, strength, or vigor to.
Centaurea.
A large genus of composite plants, related to the thistles and including the cornflower or blue beetle Centaurea cyanus, and the star thistle centigrade, Calcitropa.
Countermarch.
A change of measures, alteration of conduct.
Heteroclide.
A word which is irregular or anomalous either in declension or conjugation, or which deviates from ordinary forms of inflection in words of a like kind, especially a noun which is irregular in declension.
Press.
The art or business of printing and publishing, hence, printed publications, taken collectively, more especially newspapers or the persons employed in writing for them, as a free press is a blessing, a licentious press is a curse.
Eternal.
Without end of existence or duration, everlasting, endless, immortal.
Transformative.
Having power, or a tendency, to transform.
Southwest.
Wilson's thrush, so called from its note.
Spree.
A merry frolic, especially, a drinking frolic, a carousel.
Southwest.
The point of the compass equally from the south and the west, the southwest part or region.
Mouse.
Imperfect and past participle of mouse, any one of numerous species of small rodents belonging to the genus Mus and various related genera of the family Muridae. The common house mouse Mus musculus is found in nearly all countries. The American white-footed, or deer, mouse Hesperomys leucopus, sometimes lives in houses, lowland covered with coarse grass or rank herbage near rives and in marshy places by the sea, as the salt meadows near Newark Bay.
Sea calf.
The common seal.
Existence.
Continued or repeated manifestation, occurrence, as of events of any kind, as the existence of a calamity or of a state of war.
Crown.
A wreath or garland, or any ornamental fillet encircling the head, especially as a reward of victory or mark of honorable distinction. Hence, anything given on account of, or obtained by, faithful or successful effort, a reward.
Fan.
An instrument for winnowing grain, by moving which the grain is tossed and agitated, and the chaff is separated and blown away.
Doubler.
An instrument for augmenting a very small quantity of electricity, so as to render it manifest by sparks or the electroscope.
Ragman.
A man who collects or deals in rags.
Exergal.
Pertaining to the exergium of a discourse, introductory.
Sown.
Past participle of sow, a kind of covered shed, formerly used by besiegers in filling up and passing the ditch of a besieged place, sapping and mining the wall, or the like.
Mute.
Of not.
Chirurgeon.
A surgeon.
Wend.
Past participle of wean, to wean.
Edentated.
Destitute of teeth, as an edentate quadruped, an edentate leaf.
Blue.
A pedantic woman, a blue stocking.
Polynemoid.
Of or pertaining to the Polynemes, or the family Polynymid.
Ray.
A radiating part of a flower or gland, the marginal florets of a compound flower, as an aster or a sunflower, one of the pedicels of an umbel or other circular flower cluster. Radius, the prexile bone of the forearm, or brachium, corresponding to the tibia of the hind limb of Artiodactyla.
Fulminate.
A fulminating powder.
Squirrel.
One of the small rollers of a carding machine which work with a large cylinder.
Among.
Among.
Hippocarpogean.
Producing fruit below the ground.
Sweat.
To excrete sensible moisture from the pores of the skin, to perspire.
Bearing.
The manner in which one bears or conducts oneself, mean, behavior, carriage.
Malign.
To entertain malice.
Yellowfish.
Rock trout Pleurogramus monopterygius, found on the coast of Alaska, called also striped fish, and Atka mackerel.
Prophetess.
A female prophet.
Note.
Stigma, brand, reproach.
Stank.
Of stink.
Introduce.
To let or bring in, to conduct or usher in, as, to introduce a person into a drawing room.
Dilatation.
The act of dilating, expansion, and enlarging on L/sides, the state of being dilated, dilation.
droning,
Present participle and verbal noun of drone, that which gives out a grave or monotonous tone or dull sound, as a drum, obsolete, Halliwell. The part of the bagpipe containing the two lowest tubes, which always sound the keynote and the fifth.
concurrent,
Joint and equal in authority, taking cognizance of similar questions, operating on the same objects, as the concurrent jurisdiction of courts.
plug,
A block of wood let into a wall, to afford a hold for nails.
diocesan,
Of or pertaining to diocese, as diocesan missions.
irradiated,
Having to raise, as a biradiate fin.
galvanize,
To plate, as with gold, silver, etc., by means of electricity.
exsect,
The removal by operation of a portion of a limb, particularly the removal of a portion of a bone in the vicinity of a joint, the act or process of cutting out.
thirsty,
Deficient in moisture, dry, parched.
pullack,
A plunder.
leg,
A limb or member of an animal used for supporting the body, and in running, climbing, and swimming, especially that part of the limb between the knee and foot.
crotch,
A perverse fancy, a whim which takes possession of the mind, a conceit.
and monocle,
To free from manacles.
floor,
A prefix to verbs, having usually the force of negative or privative, it often implies also loss, detriment, or destruction, and sometimes it is intensive, meaning utterly, quite thoroughly, as in forbid.
offense,
The act of offending in any sense, especially a crime or a sin, an affront or an injury.
strike,
To give, as a blow, to impel, as with a blow, to give a force to dash, to cast.
dial,
To run, go, or trail oneself through water, mud, or slush, to drawl.
republicanizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of republicanize, to change, as a state, into a republic, to republican principles, as France was republicanized, to republicanize the rising generation.
gazetteer,
A writer of news, or an officer appointed to publish news by authority.
cancellated,
Cross-barred, marked with cross lines.
quartic,
A curve or surface whose equation is of the fourth degree in the variables.
hang,
To fasten in a manner which will allow of free motion upon the point or points of suspension, said of a pendulum, a swing, a door, gate, etc.
OER.
a member of the Russian aristocratic order abolished by Peter the Great, also one of a privileged class in Romania.
Agreeable.
Able to enter into alliance.
Mercy.
Compassionate treatment of the unfortunate and helpless, sometimes favor, beneficence.
Frith.
A small field taken out of the common, by enclosing it, an enclosure.
Philbillith.
A small calcareous concretion formed in a vein stone.
Bear.
To support and remove or carry, to convey.
Translate.
To make a translation, to be engaged in translation.
Tuba.
An ancient trump.
Cardinal.
A kernel.
Neasing.
Sneezing.
Porgy.
The spade of fish.
Ringweight.
To awake again.
Recoup.
To keep back rightfully apart, as if by cutting off, so as to diminish a sum due, to take off a part, from damages, to deduct, as, where a landlord recoup the rent of premises from damages awarded to the plaintiff for eviction.
Feature.
The make, cast, or appearance of the human face, and especially of any single part of the face, a lineament, plural, the face, the countenance.
Endwise.
With the end forward.
Behind.
Left a distance by, in progress of improvement hence, inferior to indignity, rank, knowledge, or excellence, or in any achievement.
Coronary.
Resembling, or situated like, a crown or circlet, as, the coronary arteries and veins of the heart.
Drum beat.
The sound of a beaten drum, drum music.
Logman.
A man who carries logs.
Gymnopedic.
Having young that are naked when hatched, Cylopedic, said of certain birds.
Nemerts.
A genus of Nemertina.
Millefiori glass.
Slender rods or tubes of colored glass fused together and embedded in clear glass, used for paperweights and other small articles.
Outlay.
To lay out, to spread out, to display.
Antiquarian.
Pertaining to antiquaries, or to antiquity, as antiquarian literature.
Peevishness.
The quality of being peevish, disposition to murmur, sourness of temper.
Sale.
The pollock, or cullfish, called also silly.
state,
To express the particulars of, to set down in detail or engross, to represent fully in words, to narrate, to recite, as, to state the facts of a case, one's opinion, etc.
fit,
The coincidence of parts that come in contact.
consignification,
Joint signification.
incornism,
Pedantry.
nonymity,
A duel. Single combat.
lineated,
Marked longitudinally with depressed parallel lines, as a lineate leaf.
antipathy,
Natural contrariety, incompatibility, repugnancy of qualities, as oil and water have antipathy.
freeze,
To congeal, to harden into ice, to convert from a fluid to a solid formed by cold, or abstraction of heat.
inebriate,
Intoxicated, drunk, habitually given to drink, stupefied.
illimitable,
Illimitable.
genius,
The keel or lower outline of a bird's bill, so far as the mandibular rami are united.
goods,
Possessing desirable qualities, adapted to answer the end designed, promoting success, welfare, or happiness, serviceable, useful, fit, excellent, admirable, commendable, not bad, corrupt, evil, noxious, offensive, or troublesome, etc.
rattle,
To mark or paint with or as with rattle.
reformable,
Capable of being reformed.
merchantry,
The body of merchants taken collectively, as the merchantry of a country.
glass,
To case in glass.
soil,
The upper stratum of the earth, the mold, or that compound substance which furnishes nutriment to plants, or which is particularly adapted to support and nourish them.
cribble,
Coarse, as cribbled bread.
Syracuse,
The red wine of Italy.
truth,
Truth, verity, veracity, as by my troth.
calefactory,
An apartment in a monastery, warmed and used as a sitting room.
discomfit,
Rout, overthrow, discomfiture.
favor,
Kind regard, propitious aspect, countenance, friendly disposition, kindness, goodwill.
under kingdom,
A subordinate or dependent kingdom.
purpuriferous,
Producing or connected with a purple-colored secretion, as the purpuriferous blend of certain gastropods.
Mull,
A snuff box made of the small end of a horn.
inlay,
Matter or pieces of wood, ivory, etc., inlaid, or prepared for inlaying, that which is inserted or inlaid for ornament or variety.
dilative,
Adapted to destroy or obliterate.
erythronium,
A name originally given from its red acid to the metal vanadium.
shallow,
A place in a body of water where the water is not deep, a shoal, a flat, a shelf.
string,
Present participle and verbal noun of scud, to be driven swiftly, or to run, before a gill, with little or no sail spread.
insolvent,
Not sufficient to pay all the debts of the owner, as an insolvent estate.
xenogenetic,
Of or pertaining to xenogenesis, as the xenogenetic origin of microzymes.
impertus,
To put in a state like paradise, to make supremely happy.
bereaved,
Imperfect and past participle of bereave, to make destitute, to deprive, to strip, with of before the person or thing taken away.
17th,
Constituting or being one of 17 equal parts into which anything is divided.
shape,
To adapt to purpose, to regulate, to adjust, to direct, as, to shape the course of a vessel.
mitigable,
Admitting of mitigation, that may be mitigated.
vertiker,
One who takes again what has been taken, a recaptor. To join at the butt end, or outward extremity, to terminate, to be bounded, to butt.
brown thrush,
A common American singing bird Harporhynchus rufus, allied to the mockingbird, also called brown thrasher.
fisc,
A public or state treasury.
crane,
An iron arm with horizontal motion, attached to the side or back of a fireplace, for supporting kettles, etc., over a fire.
mullet,
Any one of numerous fishes of the genus Mutal, called also gray mullets, they are found on the coasts of both continents, and are highly esteemed as food. Among the most valuable species are Mutal capito of Europe, and cephalus, which occurs both on the European and American coasts.
murderer,
One guilty of murder, a person who, in possession of his reason, unlawfully kills a human being with premeditated malice.
Brahmoism,
The religious system of Brahmosoma.
phthisiology,
A treatise on PHTHISIS.
An audience.
Not even an audience, not received or heard.
Stroke.
A mark or dash in writing or printing. A line. The touch of a pen or pencil. As, an upstroke, a firm stroke.
Curative.
Relating to, or employed in, the cure of diseases, tending to cure.
Matronizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of matronize, to act the part of a martin toward, to superintend, to chaperone, as, to matronize an assembly.
Syncope.
To contract, as a word, by taking one or more letters or syllables from the middle, as, Gloucester is a syncopated form of Gloucester.
Alpha.
A cauldron of boiling water into which an accused person plunged his forearm as a test of innocence or guilt.
Murine.
One of a tribe of rodents, of which the mouse is the type.
Ropily.
In a rocky manner, in a viscous or glutinous manner.
Melanochomous.
Having very dark or black hair, black-haired.
Erosiform.
Having the form of a caterpillar, set of insect larvae.
Placitum.
A public court or assembly in the Middle Ages, over which the sovereign president when a consultation was held upon affairs of state.
Literalizer.
A literalist.
Frame.
A term applied, especially in England, to certain machines built upon or within framework, as a stocking frame, lace frame, spinning frame, etc.
Simulacre.
A likeness, a semblance, a mock appearance, a sham, now usually in a derogatory sense.
Remedy.
The legal means to recover a right, or to obtain redress for a wrong.
Investment.
The act of investing, or the state of being invested.
Mouse.
To furnish with a mouse, to secure by means of mousing, any one of numerous species of small rodents belonging to the genus Mus and various related genera of the family Muridae. The common house mouse Mus musculus is found in nearly all countries. The American white-footed, or deer, mouse Hesperomys leucopus, sometimes lives in houses, lowland covered with coarse grass or rank herbage near rives and in marshy places by the sea, as the salt meadows near Newark Bay.
Trumpery.
Something serving to deceive by false show or pretense, falsehood, deceit, worthless but showy matter, hence, things worn out and of no value, rubbish.
Pluralist.
A clerk or clergyman who holds more than one ecclesiastical benefice.
Comprehensive.
possessing peculiarities that are characteristic of several diverse groups.
Flemish,
Pertaining to Flanders, or the Flemings.
cradle,
To transport a vessel by means of a cradle.
cultersters,
A tribe of wading birds including the stork, heron, crane, etc.
conceded,
Imperfect and past participle of concede, to yield or suffer, to surrender, to grant, as, to concede the point in question.
quarter,
To drive a carriage so as to prevent the wheels from going into the ruts, or so that a rut shall be between the wheels.
analepsy,
Recovery of strength after sickness.
principled,
Imperfect and past participle of principle. A settled rule of action, a governing law of conduct, an opinion or belief which exercises a directing influence on the life and behavior. A rule usually, a right rule, of conduct consistently directing one's actions, as, a person of no principle.
fowler,
A variety of rhodonite from Franklin Furnace, New Jersey, containing some zinc.
mother,
An old woman or matron.
disquietly,
In a disquiet manner, uneasily, as he rested disquietly that night.
whapper,
Something uncommonly large of the kind, something astonishing, applied especially to a bold lie.
salmi,
A regatta of partly roasted game stewed with sauce, wine, bread, and condiments suited to provoke appetite.
impenitently,
Without repentance.
achromatic,
Uncolored, not absorbing color from a fluid, set of tissue.
amoebian,
The first person singular of the verb be, in the indicative mode, present tense, to exist in a certain manner or relation, whether as a reality or as a product of thought, to exist as the subject of a certain predicate, that is, as having a certain attribute, or as belonging to a certain sort, or as identical with what is specified, a word or words for the predicate being annexed, as, to be happy, to be here, to be large, or strong, to be an animal, to be a hero, to be a non-entity. 3 and 2 are 5. Annihilation is the cessation of existence, that is the man.
obscurely,
In an obscure manner.
epiphysis,
The end, or other superficial part, of a bone, which ossifies separately from the central portion, or diaphysis.
organically,
In an organic manner, by means of organs or with reference to organic functions, hence, fundamentally.
wrapping,
Present participle and verbal noun of rap, to seize and bear away, as the mind or thoughts, to transport out of one's self, to affect with ecstasy or rapture, as wrapped into admiration.
Awake.
To rouse from a state resembling sleep, as from death, stupidity, or inaction, to put into action, to give new life to stir up, as to wake the dead, to wake the dormant faculties.
Parries.
A warding off of a thrust or blow, as in sword and bayonet exercises or in boxing, hence, figuratively, a defensive movement in debate or other intellectual encounter.
Glossy.
As if, as though, as it were, in a manner, sense, or degree, having some resemblance to, qualified, used as an adjective, or a prefix with a noun or an adjective, as a quasi-contract, an implied contract, an obligation which has arisen from some act, as if from a contract, a quasi-corporation, a body that has some, but not all, of the peculiar attributes of a corporation, a quasi-argument, that which resembles, or is used as, an argument, quasi-historical, apparently historical, seeming to be historical.
Disclaimer.
One who disclaims, disowns, or renounces.
Multitude.
Having many pairs of leaflets.
Unpulled.
Not enumerated or registered, as an unpulled vote or voter.
Winnow.
To separate and drive off the chaff from by means of wind. To fan, as to winnow grain.
10 o'clock.
A plant, the star of Bethlehem, one of the innumerable luminous bodies seen in the heavens, any heavenly body other than the sun, moon, comets, and nebulae.
Infamy.
To dry by exposing to smoke, to expose to smoke.
Lipping.
Present participle and verbal noun of lip, one of the two fleshy folds which surround the orifice of the mouth in man and many other animals. In man the lips are organs of speech essential to certain articulations. Hence, by a figure they denote the mouth, or all the organs of speech, and sometimes speech itself.
Infraorbital.
Below the orbit, as the infraorbital foramen, the infraorbital nerve.
Once.
At any one time, often nearly equivalent to ever, if ever, or whenever, as, once kindled, it may not be quenched.
Annunciator.
One who announces, specifically, an officer in the Church of Constantinople, whose business it was to inform the people of the festivals to be celebrated.
Blade.
A cauldron, a copper kettle.
And.
A particle which expresses the relation of connection or addition. It is used to conjoin a word with a word, a clause with a clause, or a sentence with a sentence.
Rimpling.
Present participle and verbal noun of wrinkle, a fold or wrinkle, to make uneven, to form into irregular inequalities, to wrinkle, to crumple, as, to rumple an apron or a cravat.
Interasculent.
Uniting two groups, set of certain genera which connect family groups, or of species that connect genera, intermediate in character, or on the border, between two genera, groups, families, etc., of animals or plants, and partaking somewhat of the characters of each, thus forming a connecting link, interasculent, as the genera by which two families approximate are called osculent genera.
Shred.
In general, a fragment, a piece, a particle.
Stiff.
Not easily subdued, unyielding, stubborn, obstinate, pertinacious, as a stiff adversary.
Coon.
A name for several East Indian, or their wood, used for the masts and spars of vessels, as calophyllum angustifolium, centigrade and sterculia fotida, called also peon.
Novel.
A new or supplemental constitution, hence, a writing intended to be used in speaking, memoranda to assist a speaker, being either a synopsis, or the full text of what is to be said, as, to preach from notes, also, a reporter's memoranda, the original report of a speech or of proceedings.
Sharp.
Cutting in language or import, biting, sarcastic, cruel, harsh, rigorous, severe, as a sharp rebuke.
Dimidiate.
To divide into two equal parts.
Cheaply.
A bent piece of sheet iron, or a pin with thin plates on its ends, for holding a core in place in the mold.
Venerous.
Venereal, exciting lust, aphrodisiac.
Rile.
To render turbid or muddy, to stir up, to roil.
Type.
The original object, or class of objects, scene, face, or conception, which becomes the subject of a copy, especially the design on the face of a medal or a coin.
Multinuminous.
Having many names or terms.
Indolatory.
Not dilatory.
And service.
Neglect of duty, idleness, indolence.
Indo-Breton.
A person born in India, of mixed Indian and British blood, half-caste.
Bling.
The Burbot of Lake Ontario.
And I.
To charge with a crime, in due form of law, by the finding or presentment of the grand jury, to find an indictment against, as, to indict a man for arson, it is the peculiar province of the grand jury to indict, as it is of House of Representatives to impeach.
hasp,
To shut or fasten with a hasp.
aciculate,
Marked with fine irregular streaks as if scratched by a needle.
prejudicing,
Present participle and verbal noun of prejudice, an opinion or judgment formed without due examination, prejudgment, a leaning toward one side of a question from other considerations than those belonging to it, an unreasonable predilection for, or objection against, anything, especially, an opinion or leaning adverse to anything, without just grounds or before sufficient knowledge.
antiphysical,
Contrary to nature, unnatural.
inofficially,
Without the usual forms, or not in the official character.
stomata,
The minute breathing pores of leaves or other organs opening into the intercellular spaces, and usually bordered by two contractile cells.
against,
To gainsay.
zobo,
A kind of domestic cattle reared in Asia for its flesh and milk. It is supposed to be a hybrid between the zebu and the yak.
whittling,
A young full trout during its second season.
octave,
The whole diatonic scale itself.
compass,
To purpose, to intend, to imagine, to plot.
iridoline,
A nitrogenous base C10H9N, extracted from coal tar naphtha, as an oily liquid. It is a member of the quinoline series, and is probably identical with lepidine.
motor,
Causing or setting up motion, pertaining to organs of motion, applied especially in physiology to those nerves or nerve fibers which only convey impressions from a nerve center to muscles, thereby causing motion.
server,
A tray for dishes, a salver.
soaking,
Wetting thoroughly, drenching, as a soaking rain.
kindle,
To set on fire, to cause to burn with flame, to ignite, to cause to begin burning, to start, to light, as to kindle a match or shavings.
rest,
A projection from the right side of the cuirass, serving to support the lance.
fox,
Discolored or stained, set of timber, and also of the paper of books or engravings.
sola,
A word of doubtful meaning, occurring frequently in the Psalms, by some, supposed to signify silence or a pause in the musical performance of the song.
argumentation,
The act of forming reasons, making inductions, drawing conclusions, and applying them to the case in discussion. The operation of inferring propositions, not known or admitted as true, from facts or principles known, admitted, or proved to be true.
elfishness,
the quality of being elfish,
worst,
bad, evil, or pernicious in the highest degree, whether in a physical or moral sense, in a worse degree, in a manner more evil or bad,
resent,
to feel resentment,
vernacularization,
the act or process of making vernacular, or the state of being made vernacular,
days,
a canopy over the seat of a person of dignity,
circumspectness,
vigilance in guarding against evil from every quarter, caution,
forgotten,
past participle of forget, to forget,
doubling,
the act of one that doubles, a making double, reduplication, also, that which is doubled,
second sight,
the power of discerning what is not visible to the physical eye, or of foreseeing future events, especially such as are of a disastrous kind, the capacity of a seer, prophetic vision,
fabulous,
without fog, clear,
starlight,
shining, bright, illustrious,
non-notice,
a writer of immodity,
preferable,
a hole or retreat into which an animal may creep, to escape notice or danger.
bi-monthly,
A bi-monthly publication,
pronation,
the position of the limb resulting from the act of pronation, opposed to supination,
rejoicing,
present participle and verbal noun of rejoice, to feel joy, to experience gladness in a high degree, to have pleasurable satisfaction, to be delighted.
violating,
Present participle and verbal noun of violate, to do violence to, as to anything that should be held sacred or respected, to profane, to desecrate, to break forcibly, to trench upon, to infringe,
addle,
to earn by labor,
adversely,
in an adverse manner,
intermingle,
to mingle or mix together, to intermix,
insinuant,
insinuating, insinuative,
erelong,
before the ipse of a long time, soon, usually separated, ere long,
circlet,
a little circle, especially, an ornament for the person, having the form of a circle, that which encircles, as a ring, a bracelet, or a headband,
philanthrope,
a philanthropist,
vent,
to suffer to escape from confinement, to let out, to utter, to pour forth, as, to vent passion or complaint.
Wolfberry.
An American shrub Symphoricarpus occidentalis, which bears soft white berries.
Monkey.
To act or treat as a monkey does, to ape, to act in a grotesque or meddlesome manner.
Channel.
That through which anything passes, means of passing, conveying, or transmitting, as the news was conveyed to us by different channels.
Inscient.
Having little or no knowledge, ignorant, stupid, silly.
Perform.
To perform.
Spilled.
Imperfect and past participle of spill. To suffer to fall or run out of a vessel. To lose, or suffer to be scattered. Applied to fluids and to substances whose particles are small and loose, as to spill water from a pill. To spill quicksilver from a vessel. To spill powder from a paper. To spill sand or flour.
Imaginability.
Capacity for imagination.
Stand.
To stand, to stop, to cease.
Wooding.
Present participle and verbal noun of wood, the fibrous material which makes up the greater part of the stems and branches of trees and shrubby plants, and is found to a less extent in herbaceous stems. It consists of elongated tubular or needle-shaped cells of various kinds, usually interwoven with the shining bands called silver grain.
Nourish.
To cherish, to comfort.
Suffixment.
The act of suffixing, or the state of being suffixed.
Hugnoidei.
A division of gnoid fishes, including the garpikes and bowfins.
Raise.
To cause to rise, to bring from a lower to higher place, to lift upward, to elevate, to heave, as, to raise a stone or weight.
Iferous.
Like a wild beast, fierce.
Plume.
A large and flexible panicle of inflorescence resembling a feather, such as is seen in certain large ornamental grasses.
Part.
To leave, to quit.
Distract.
To draw apart or away, to divide, to disjoin.
Smack.
To kiss with a sharp noise, to bust.
Crook.
A bishop's staff of office, compare, pastoral staff.
Slyly.
In a sly manner, shrewdly, craftily.
Indentation.
The act of beginning a line or series of lines at a little distance within the flush line of the column or page, as in the common way of beginning the first line of a paragraph.
Digester.
One who digests.
Gnar.
A knot or gnarl in wood, dense, tough, thick-set man, written also nair.
Feudatories.
A tenant or vassal who held his lands of a superior on condition of feudal service, the tenant of a feud or fief.
Enerhum.
To contract a room.
Aerial.
Light as air, ethereal.
Cockleated.
Having the form of a snail shell. Spiral. Turbinated.
Coppering.
Present participle and verbal noun of copper, a common metal of a reddish color, both ductile and malleable, and very tenacious. It is one of the best conductors of heat and electricity. Symbol copper. Atomic weight 63.3. It is one of the most useful metals in itself, and also in its alloys, brass and bronze.
Pendus.
A sloping roof, a lean-to, a penthouse.
Ictus.
A stroke or blow, as in a sunstroke, the sting of an insect, pulsation of an artery, etc.
Endaspedian.
Having the anterior scutes extending around the tarsus on the inner side, said of certain birds.
Blank.
A piece of metal prepared to be made into something by a further operation, as a coin, screw, nuts.
Cocoon.
The oryx or gemspot.
Printer.
One who prints, especially one who prints books, newspapers, engravings, etc. A compositor, a typesetter, a pressman.
Cut.
The right to divide, as, whose cut is.
Nope.
To make spiritless and stupid.
Queenfish.
A California chinoid food fish Syrphis pilatus. The back is bluish, and the sides and belly bright silvery, called also kingfish.
Eponymy.
The derivation of the name of a race, tribe, etc., from that of a fabulous hero, progenitor, etc.
Epileptoid.
Resembling epilepsy, as epileptoid convulsions.
Loosen.
To free from restraint, to set at liberty.
Disventure.
A disadventure.
Incommensurability.
The quality or state of being incommensurable.
Rushy.
Abounding with rushes.
Pavid.
Timid, fearful.
Stapedial.
Of or pertaining to states.
Bull-headed.
Having a head like that of a bull, figuratively, headstrong, obstinate, dogged.
Organ.
A medium of communication between one person or body and another, as the Secretary of State is the organ of communication between the government and a foreign power. A newspaper is the organ of its editor, or of a party, sect, etc.
Dextrorsal.
Turning from the left to the right in the ascending line, as in the spiral inclination of the stem of the common morning glory.
Crayoning.
Present participle and verbal noun of crayon, an implement for drawing, made of clay and plumbago, or of some preparation of chalk, usually sold in small prisms or cylinders.
Comprehensiveness.
The quality of being comprehensive, extensiveness of scope.
Deflow.
To flow down.
Infeudation.
The act of putting one in possession of an estate and fee.
A dirk.
A peevish, ill-natured person.
Antipochondria.
Counteractive of hypochondria.
Auditing.
Present participle and verbal noun of audit, to examine and adjust, as an account or accounts, as to audit the accounts of a treasurer, or of parties who have a suit pending in court.
Excreted.
Imperfect and past participle of excrete, to separate and throw off, to excrete urine.
Interstapedial.
Pertaining to part of the columella of the air, between the stapes and the mediostapedial.
Platter.
A large plate or shallow dish on which meat or other food is brought to the table.
Octolite.
Pertaining to, derived from, or containing, octal, as, octalic ether.
Humor.
To help on by indulgence or compliant treatment, to soothe, to gratify, to please.
Antebrachium.
That part of the forelimb between the brachium and the carpus, the forearm.
Nay.
A figure made up of a large number of straight lines or curves, which are connected at certain points and related to each other by some specified law.
Dentizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of dentize, to breed or cut new teeth.
Reading.
An observation read from the scale of a graduated instrument, as the reading of a barometer.
Chiromancer.
One who practices chiromancy.
Rubber.
The cushion of an electrical machine.
Showily.
In a showy manner, pompously, with parade.
Camber-keeled.
Having the keel arched upwards, but not actually hogged, said of a ship.
Bicalcari.
Having two spurs, as the wing or leg of a bird.
Philogly.
The collection of postage stamps of various issues.
Allus.
Wanting reverence, void of respectful fear.
Topiary.
Of or pertaining to ornamental gardening, produced by cutting, trimming, etc. Topiarian.
Bolster.
A cushion or a piece of softwood covered with tart canvas, placed on the trestle trees and against the mast, for the collars of the shrouds to rest on, to prevent chafing.
Inspissated.
Imperfect and past participle of inspissate, to thicken or bring to greater consistence, as fluids by evaporation.
Logicalness.
The quality of being logical.
Quadragene.
An indulgence of 40 days, corresponding to the 40 days of ancient canonical penance.
Annuloid.
Of or pertaining to the annuloida.
Count wheel.
The wheel in a clock which regulates the number of strokes.
Unkempt.
Figuratively, not smooth, unpolished, rough.
Hemihedrism.
The property of crystallizing hemihedrally.
Wrench.
The system made up of a force and a couple of forces in a plane perpendicular to that force, any number of forces acting at any points upon a rigid body may be compounded so as to be equivalent to a wrench.
Half-hearted.
Wanting in heart or spirit, ungenerous, unkind.
Chuckling.
Present participle and verbal noun of chuckle. To laugh in a suppressed or broken manner, as expressing inward satisfaction, exultation, or derision.
Chinquepan.
A branching, nut-bearing tree or shrub Castanea pumila of North America, from 6 to 20 feet high, allied to the chestnut, also, its small, sweet, edible nut.
Atheological.
Opposed to theology, atheistic.
Trichite.
A delicate, hair-like siliceous spicule, found in certain sponges.
Lankiness.
The condition or quality or being lanky.
Containment.
That which is held together with another thing, that which is connected with a tenement, or thing holden, as a certain quantity of land adjacent to a dwelling, and necessary to the reputable enjoyment of the dwelling, appurtenance.
Stage.
A platform, often floating, serving as a kind of wharf.
Wampy.
The pickerel weed.
Curviner.
Having the ribs or the veins of the leaves curved, called also curviner vein and curve veined.
Almighty.
Great, extreme, terrible.
Blob.
Something blunt and round. A small drop or lump of something viscid or thick. A drop, a bubble, a blister.
divisionary,
that divides, pertaining to making or noting a division, as a divisional line, a divisional general, a divisional surgeon of police.
fast,
One of the numerous small eyes which make up the compound eyes of insects and crustaceans.
dose,
A European fish box vulgaris, having a compressed body and bright colors, called also box and bug.
smash,
A breaking or dashing to pieces, utter destruction, wreck.
octogamy,
A marrying 8 times.
frush,
Noise, clatter, crash.
smoking,
Of smoke.
fog,
To envelop, as with fog, to befog, to overcast, to darken, to obscure.
spat,
To emit spawn, to emit as spawn.
shackle,
Something which confines the legs or arms so as to prevent their free motion, specifically, a ring or bend enclosing the ankle or wrist, and fastened to similar shackle on the other leg or arm, or to something else, by a chain or a strap, a gyve, a fetter.
pharmaceutics,
The science of preparing medicines.
pat,
To walk or go.
Linnean,
Of or pertaining to Linnaeus, the celebrated Swedish botanist.
injecting,
Present participle and verbal noun of inject, to throw in, to dart in, to force in, as, to inject cold water into a condenser, to inject a medicinal liquid into a cavity of the body, to inject morphine with a hypodermic syringe.
starch,
A widely diffused vegetable substance found especially in seeds, bulbs, and tubers, and extracted as from potatoes, corn, rice, etc., as a white, glistening, granular or powdery substance, without taste or smell, and giving a very peculiar creaking sound when rubbed between the fingers. It is used as a food in the production of commercial grape sugar, for stiffening linen in laundries, in making paste, etc.
draw,
To take into the lungs, to inhale, to inspire, hence, also, to utter or produce by an inhalation, to heave.
inamiable,
An amiable,
salt killer,
formerly a large vessel, now a small vessel of glass or other material, used for holding salt on the table.
basocipitale,
The basocipitale bone.
practical,
Capable of being turned to use or account, useful, in distinction from ideal or theoretical, as practical chemistry.
dilly,
a kind of stagecoach.
Lash,
A stroke with a whip, or anything pliant and tough, as the culprit received 39 lashes.
iteration,
The act of smearing or covering with wax.
in running,
The act or the place of entrance, an inlet.
Romany,
The language spoken among themselves by the gypsies.
Thimble,
To stammer.
contempt,
Imperfect and past participle of contempt. To view or treat with contempt, as mean and despicable. To reject with disdain. To despise. To scorn.
montigenous,
Produced on a mountain.
steer,
To stir.
laistal,
A place where milch cows are kept, or cattle on the way to market are lodged.
spongios,
Somewhat spongy, sponge-like, full of small cavities like sponge, as spongus bones.
limical,
A group of shorebirds, embracing the plovers, sandpipers, snipe, curlew, etc., the growl.
nibbler,
One who, or that which, nibbles.
neocene,
More recent than the Eocene, that is, including both the Miocene and Pliocene divisions of the Tertiary.
dolorous,
Full of grief, sad, sorrowful, doleful, dismal, as a dolorous object, dolorous discourses.
speculate,
To sharpen to point.
abandoning,
Present participle and verbal noun of abandon, abandonment, relinquishment.
open-headed,
Bareheaded.
bounce,
To strike or thump, so as to rebound, or to make a sudden noise, not loudly.
mangle,
A machine for smoothing linen or cotton cloth, as sheets, tablecloths, napkins, and clothing, by roller pressure.
gasteropoda,
One of the classes of mollusca, of great extent, it includes most of the marine spiral shells, and the land and freshwater snails. They generally creep by means of a flat, muscular disc, or foot, on the ventral side of the body. The head usually bears one or two pairs of tentacles, one of the grand divisions of the animal kingdom, including the classes Cephalopoda, Gastropoda, Tripodascophopoda, and Lamellibranchiata, or Conchifera. These animals have an unsegmented bilateral body, with most of the organs and parts paired, but not repeated longitudinally. Most of them develop a mantle, which encloses either a branchial or a pulmonary cavity. They are generally more or less covered and protected by a calcareous shell, which may be univalve, bivalve, or multivalve.
stamen,
The male organ of flowers for secreting and furnishing the pollen or fecundating dust. It consists of the anther and filament.
elenchs,
That part of an argument on which its conclusiveness depends, that which convinces of refutes an antagonist, a refutation.
circuiteer,
Assertor.
press,
A multitude of individuals crowded together, slash crowd of single things, a throng.
shard,
A plant, chard.
plunder,
A utensil with the bottom perforated with little holes for straining liquids, mashed vegetable pulp, etc. A strainer of wickerwork, perforated metal, or the like.
significant,
Deserving to be considered, important, momentous, as a significant event.
jig,
A contrivance fastened to or enclosing a piece of work, and having hard steel surfaces to guide a tool, as a drill, or to form a shield or template to work to, as in filing.
sectorist,
A sectary.
nicotianine,
A white waxy substance having a hot, bitter taste, extracted from tobacco leaves and called also tobacco camphor.
facilitic,
Specifically, of or pertaining to, or characterizing, Triassic and Permian sandstones of red and other colors.
laudation,
The act of lauding, praise, high commendation.
impus,
Like an amoebian structure.
rounder,
A tool for making an edge or surface round.
gesticulator,
One who gesticulates.
harridan,
A worn-out strumpet, a vixenish woman, a hag.
myriad,
An immense number, a very great many, an indefinitely large number.
zealotous,
A zealot.
hood,
A chimney top, often contrived to secure a constant draft by turning with the wind.
ventilative,
Of or pertaining to ventilation, adapted to secure ventilation, ventilating, as ventilative apparatus.
suprachoroid,
Situated above the choroid, applied to the layer of the choroid coat of the eyeball next to the sclerotic.
distributary,
Tending to distribute or be distributed, that distributes, distributive.
towards,
Near, about, approaching to.
ramiparous,
Producing branches, ramigerous.
definitive,
Determined, resolved.
reaction,
the mutual or reciprocal action of chemical agents upon each other, or the action upon such chemical agents of some form of energy, as heat, light, or electricity, resulting in a chemical change in one or more of these agents, with the production of new compounds or the manifestation of distinctive characters, a tube for directing a jet of air into a fire or into the flame of a lamp or candle, so as to concentrate the heat on some object. Reaction, flame reaction, underblowpip, and flame.
park,
A piece of ground enclosed and stored with beasts of the chase, which a man may have by prescription, or the king's grant.
respect,
Esteem, regard, consideration, honor.
niticoid,
Like or belonging to Nitica, or the family Niticid.
indiscreet,
Not discreet, wanting in discretion.
knurled,
Imperfect and past participle of null. To cut with reading or fluting on the edge of, as coins, the heads of screws, etc. To knurl.
nepotism,
Undue attachment to relations, favoritism shown to members of one's family, bestowal of patronage in consideration of relationship, rather than of merit or of legal claim.
whimpering,
Present participle and verbal noun of whimper. To cry with a low, whining, broken voice. To whine. To complain, as a child whimpers.
carving,
The act or art of one who carves.
boarding,
The act of supplying, or the state of being supplied, with regular or specified meals, or with meals and lodgings, for pay.
assiduous,
Unremitting, assiduous.
undecreed,
Not decreed.
pseudo-romantic,
Falsely romantic.
cross-beared,
Made or patterned in lines crossing each other, as cross-haired muslin.
lily,
In a lowly place or manner, humbly.
nullifidian,
Of no faith, also, not trusting to faith for salvation, opposed to Soliphidian.
myth,
A story of great but unknown age which originally embodied a belief regarding some fact or phenomenon of experience, and in which often the forces of nature and of the soul are personified, an ancient legend of a god, a hero, the origin of a race, etc., a wonder story of prehistoric origin, a popular fable which is, or has been, received as historical.
fellowshipping,
Present participle and verbal noun of fellowship, to acknowledge as of good standing, or in communion according to standards of faith and practice, to admit to Christian fellowship.
bergot,
A variety of bear.
contraindicate,
to indicate, as by a symptom, some method of treatment contrary to that which the general tenor of the case would seem to require.
fee,
To reward for services performed, or to be performed, to recompense, to hire or keep in hire, hence, to bribe.
exercise,
The act of exercising, setting in action or practicing, employment in the proper mode of activity, exertion, application, use, habitual activity, occupation, in general, practice.
damascene,
A sort of damask steel.
negotiate,
To hold intercourse respecting a treaty, league, or convention, to treat with, respecting peace or commerce, to conduct communications or conferences.
panacea,
The herbal,
federal,
consisting or pertaining to such a government, as, the federal constitution, a federal officer.
paraldehyde,
A polymeric modification of aldehyde obtained as a white crystalline substance.
overgaze,
To gaze, to overlook.
felt,
To cover with, or as with, felt, as, to felt the cylinder of a steam engine.
flexion,
The variation of words by declension, comparison, or conjugation, inflection.
copier,
One who copies, one who writes or transcribes from an original, a transcriber.
stubbing,
Present participle and verbal noun of stub, the stump of a tree, that part of a tree or plant which remains fixed in the earth when the stem is cut down, applied especially to the stump of a small tree or shrub.
pupman,
A master of a puppet show.
Anglicanism,
The principles of the established Church of England, also, in a restricted sense, the doctrines held by the High Church party.
entirety,
The state of being entire, completeness, as, entirely of interest.
spleen,
Angered, annoyed.
nightingale,
A small, plain, brown and gray European songbird Lucinia lucinia. It sings at night, and is celebrated for the sweetness of its song.
affrayer,
One engaged in an affray.
hyena,
Any carnivorous mammal of the family Hyaenid, of which 3 living species are known. They are large and strong, but cowardly. They feed chiefly on carrion, and are nocturnal in their habits.
heretic,
A verb adding to a right.
a streak,
To streak.
octalephan,
One of the octaleph.
longulate,
having two angles or corners.
brachus,
The spine.
impinated,
Imperfect and past participle of impanate, to embody in bread, especially in the bread of the Eucharist.
kincob,
Of the nature of kincob, brocaded.
autobiographical,
Pertaining to, or containing, autobiography, as, an autobiographical sketch.
loud,
Clamorous, boisterous.
nationality,
The quality of being national, or strongly attached to one's own nation, patriotism.
colidity,
Heat,
clouted,
imperfect and past participle of glout, the center of the butt at which archers shoot, probably once a piece of white cloth or a nailhead.
savoyard,
A native or inhabitant of Savoy.
fox,
To make sour, as beer, by causing it to ferment.
olivaceous,
Resembling the olive, of the color of the olive, olive green.
navis,
A spot or mark on the skin of children when born, a birthmark, usually applied to vascular tumors, that is, those consisting mainly of blood vessels, as dilated arteries, veins, or capillaries.
livery,
The peculiar dress by which the servants of noblemen or gentlemen are distinguished, as a claret-colored livery.
papal,
Of or pertaining to the Roman Catholic Church.
vagabondize,
To play the vagabond, to wander about in idleness.
eosin,
Yellow or brownish red dye, a stuff obtained by the action of bromine on fluorescent, a name from the fine rose red which it imparts to silk. It is also used for making a fine red ink. Its solution is fluorescent.
determinableness,
Capability of being determined. Determinability.
habit,
To inhabit.
enthuse,
To make or become enthusiastic.
chatelaine,
The lordship of a castle. The extent of land and jurisdiction pertaining to a castle.
utopianism,
The ideas, views, aims, etc. of a utopian, impracticable schemes of human perfection, optimism.
pile,
The reverse of a coin, the act of reversing, complete change, reversal. Hence, total change in circumstances or character, especially a change from better to worse, misfortune, a check or defeat, as the enemy met with a reverse.
stand,
to set upright, to cause to stand, as, to stand a book on the shelf, to stand a man on his feet.
Denies.
To make a denizen, to confer the rights of citizenship upon, to naturalize.
Sec.
Barren, unprofitable, imperfect and past participle of rend, to separate into parts with force or sudden violence, to tear asunder, to split, to burst, as powder rends a rock in blasting, lightning rends an oak, sec, under rend.
Red-handed.
Having hands red with blood, in the very act, as if with red or bloody hands, said of a person taken in the act of homicide, hence, fresh from the commission of crime, as, he was taken red-handed or red-handed.
Awake.
To cease to sleep, to come out of a state of natural sleep, and, figuratively, out of a state resembling sleep, as in action or death.
Ill-faced.
Having a large face.
Ministrant.
Performing service as a minister, attendant on service, acting under command, subordinate.
Heedless.
Without heed or care, inattentive, careless, thoughtless, unobservant.
Basalt.
An imitation, in pottery, of natural basalt, a kind of black porcelain.
Mist.
To cloud, to cover with mist, to diminutive.
Semblant.
Seeming, rather than real, apparent.
Dipteran.
An insect of the order Diptera.
Parietal.
Of pertaining to the parites.
Puma.
A large American carnivore Felis concolor, found from Canada to Patagonia, especially among the mountains. Its color is tawny, or brownish yellow, without spots or stripes, called also catamount, cougar, American lion, mountain lion, and panther or painter.
Dismount.
To throw or remove from a horse, to unhorse, as the soldier dismounted his adversary.
Anchor.
One of the anchor-shaped spicules of certain sponges, also, one of the calcareous spinels of certain holothurians, as in species of Synapta.
Unchristianly.
Contrary to Christianity, not like or becoming a Christian, as unchristian conduct.
Paralysis.
An English gold coin of the value of 20 or 23 shillings. It was first struck in the reign of Charles I.
Feta.
One of the crooked timbers which are scar-fed together to form the lower part of the compound rib of a vessel. One of the crooked transverse timbers passing across and over the keel.
Betrothing.
Present participle and verbal noun of betroth, to contract to anyone for a marriage, to engage or promise in order to marriage, to fiance, used especially of a woman.
entail,
To settle or fix inalienably on a person or thing, or on a person and his descendants or a certain line of descendants, said especially of an estate, to bestow as an heritage.
cadaverous,
Of or pertaining to, or having the qualities of, a dead body.
advantaging,
Present participle and verbal noun of advantage, any condition, circumstance, opportunity, or means, particularly favorable to success, or to any desired end, benefit, as the enemy had the advantage of a more elevated position.
mastic,
A kind of cement composed of burnt clay, litharge, and linseed oil, used for plastering walls, etc.
octagonous,
Having 8 pistils or styles, octagonous.
gazetteer,
A geographical dictionary, a book giving the names and descriptions, etc., of many places.
profile,
Imperfect and past participle of profile. A drawing exhibiting a vertical section of the ground along a surveyed line, or graded work, as of a railway, showing elevations, depressions, grades, etc.
burned,
Consumed with, or as with, fire, scorched or dried, as with fire or heat, baked or hardened in the fire or the sun.
harness,
To dress in armor, to equip with armor for war, as a horseman, to array.
hazy,
Obscure, confused, not clear, as hazy argument, hazy intellect.
agreeably,
Alike, similarly.
disposal,
Ordering, regulation, adjustment, management, government, direction.
immature,
Premature, untimely, too early, as an immature death.
disarmament,
The act of disarming.
priming,
Present participle and verbal noun of prime. Any number expressing the combining weight or equivalent of any particular element, so called because these numbers were respectively reduced to their lowest relative terms on the fixed standard of hydrogen as 1.
ventriculi,
One of the stomachs of certain insects.
ligulin,
Lawyer-like, legal.
personage,
Form, appearance, or belongings of a person, the external appearance, stature, figure, air, and the like, of a person.
homager,
One who does homage, or holds land of another by homage, a vassal.
gibbous,
Swelling by a regular curve or surface, protuberant, convex, as the moon is gibbous between the half moon and the full moon.
Sublime.
A grand or lofty style in speaking or writing, a style that expresses lofty conceptions.
Purple.
A hem, border, or trimming, as of embroidered work.
Skirt.
A petticoat.
Arc.
An arch.
Ignite.
A fossil footprint, as the ignites in the Triassic sandstone.
Encradle.
To lay in a cradle.
Vulgarism.
A vulgar phrase or expression.
Overplus.
Preponderant weight, a counterbalance.
Anglican.
English, of or pertaining to England or the English nation, especially pertaining to or connected with the established Church of England, as the Anglican Church, doctrine, orders, ritual, etc.
Wassail.
Of or pertaining to wassail, or to wassail, convivial, as a wassail bowl.
Vaporiferous.
Conveying or producing vapor.
Illumination.
That which is illuminated, as a house, also, an ornamented book or manuscript.
Aviary.
A house, enclosure, large cage, or other place, for keeping birds confined, a birdhouse.
Cement.
To unite firmly or closely.
Euchre.
A game at cards that may be played by 2, 3, or 4 persons. The highest card except when an extra card called a joker is used, being the knave of the same suit as the trump, and called right bower. The lowest card used being the 7, or frequently, in two-handed euchre. The ninth spot, a shelter or covered place in a garden, made with boughs of trees or vines, etc., twined together, an arbor, a shady recess.
Disreverence.
To treat irreverently or with disrespect.
Hydrodynamics.
That branch of the science of mechanics which relates to fluids, or, as usually limited, which treats of the laws of motion and action of non-elastic fluids, whether as investigated mathematically, or by observation and experiment, the principles of dynamics, as applied to water and other fluids.
Monosulfide.
A sulfide containing one atom of sulfur, and analogous to monoxide, contrasted with a polysulfide, as galena is a monosulfide.
Wriggle.
A circle, hence, a diadem.
Fenestral.
Pertaining to window or to windows.
Bushman.
One of the race of South African nomads, living principally in the deserts, and not classified as allied in race or language to any other people.
Easterly,
Situated, directed, or moving toward the east, as the easterly side of a lake, an easterly course or voyage.
extant,
Still existing, not destroyed or lost, outstanding.
miscreate,
Miscreated, illegitimate, forged, as miscreate titles.
stiffening,
Present participle and verbal noun of stiffen, to make stiff, to make less pliant or flexible, as to stiffen cloth with starch.
cycle,
An interval of time in which a certain succession of events or phenomena is completed, and then returns again and again, uniformly and continually in the same order, a periodical space of time marked by the recurrence of something peculiar, as the cycle of the seasons, or of the year.
advertence,
The act of adverting, of the quality of being advertent, attention, notice, regard, heedfulness.
badger,
A brush made of badger's hair, used by artists.
trochilus,
The crocodile bird.
phantasmagoria,
The apparatus by which such an effect is produced.
guess,
Imperfect and past participle of guess, an opinion as to anything, formed without sufficient or decisive evidence or grounds, an attempt to hit upon the truth by a random judgment, a conjecture, a surmise.
clamoring,
Present participle and verbal noun of clamor, to utter loud sounds or outcries, to vociferate, to complain, to make importunate demands.
postulate,
To take without express consent, to assume.
mimical,
Consisting of, or formed by, imitation, imitated, as, mimic gestures.
posture,
The position of the body, the situation or disposition of the several parts of the body with respect to each other, or for a particular purpose, especially fine arts, the position of a figure with regard to the several principal members by which action is expressed, attitude.
trenail,
A long wooden pin used in fastening the planks of a vessel to the timbers or to each other.
brave,
A man daring beyond discretion, a bully.
squat,
To sit close to the ground, to cower, to stoop, or like loose, to escape observation, as a partridge or rabbit.
ejaculative,
Tending to weaken or purify by effusions of water.
humbles,
Entrails of a deer.
festucine,
Of a straw color, greenish yellow.
irreverent,
not reverent.
Still.
To stop, as noise, to silence.
Outcast.
A quarrel, a contention.
To learn.
Tomorrow,
Attribute.
that which is attributed, a quality which is considered as belonging to, or inherent in, a person or thing, an essential or necessary property or characteristic.
Cucloid.
Like or belonging to the cuckoo's cuculid.
Worthily.
In a worthy manner, excellently, deservedly, according to merit, justly, suitably, becomingly.
Hysteresis.
A lagging or retardation of the effect, when the forces acting upon a body are changed, as if from velocity or internal friction, a temporary resistance to change from a condition previously induced, observed in magnetism, thermoelectricity, etc., on reversal of polarity.
Childed.
Furnished with a child.
Measureless.
Without measure, unlimited, immeasurable.
Fatherless.
Without a known author.
Omission.
Removal, ousting, especially the removal of a corporate officer from his office.
Table.
To lay or place on a table, as money.
Exsanguous.
Bloodless, obsolete, destitute of droop or red blood, as insects.
Clod.
That which is earthy and of little relative value, as the body of man in comparison with the soul.
Premise.
Of, pertaining to, or derived from, chromium, when this element has a valence lower than that in chromic compounds.
Protrusion.
The act of protruding or thrusting forward, or beyond the usual.
Joined.
Imperfect and past participle of join, to be contiguous, close, or in contact, to come together, to unite, to mingle, to form a union, as the horns of the skull join, two rivers join.
Decipher.
To find out, so as to be able to make known the meaning of, to make out or read, as words badly written or partly obliterated, to detect, to reveal, to unfold.
Transliteration.
The act or product of transliterating, or of expressing words of a language by means of the characters of another alphabet.
Untie.
To untie.
Barbados.
A West Indian island, giving its name to disease, to cherry, etc.
Unconditional.
not conditional limited, or conditioned, made without condition, absolute, unreserved, as an unconditional surrender.
Unwariness.
The quality or state of being unwary, carelessness, heedlessness.
Inurbanity.
Want of urbanity or courtesy, unpolished manners or deportment, inurbanness, rudeness.
Skill.
Display of art, exercise of ability, contrivance, address.
Tanenia.
The ordeal tree, an ancient form of test to determine guilt or innocence, by appealing to supernatural decision, once common in Europe, and still practiced in the East and by savage tribes.
Frippery.
Post off clothes.
Draco.
A genus of lizards, a small arboreal lizard of the genus Draco, of several species, found in the East Indies and southern Asia. 5 or 6 of the hind ribs, on each side, are prolonged and covered with wood-like skin, forming a sort of wing. These prolongations aid them in making long leaps from tree to tree, called also flying lizard.
Sponson.
One of the slanting supports under the guards of a steamboat.
Forte.
The stronger part of the blade of a sword, the part of half nearest the hilt, opposed to foible.
Devotion.
A thing consecrated, an object of devotion.
Embassade.
An embassy, the mission of an ambassador.
Change.
A passing from one phase to another, as a change of the moon.
Chirography.
The art of making characters or designs in, or with, wax.
Lupine.
Wolfish, ravenous.
Mesocoracoid.
A process from the middle of the coracoid in some animals.
Baton.
A staff or truncheon, used for various purposes, as the baton of a field marshal, the baton of a conductor in musical performances.
Freeburn.
Born free, not born in vassalage, inheriting freedom.
Trap.
Figuratively, to ensnare, to take by stratagem, to entrap.
Quiller.
One who quells, one who overpowers or subdues.
Underdelve.
To delve under.
Scaffold.
A temporary structure of timber, boards, etc., for various purposes, as for supporting workmen and materials in building, for exhibiting a spectacle upon, for holding the spectators at a show, etc.
Constituent.
That which constitutes or composes, as a part, or an essential part, a component, an element.
lecher,
To practice lewdness.
decussately,
In a decussate manner.
dasypedes,
Those birds whose young are covered with down when hatched.
rockling,
Any species of small marine fishes of the genera Anos and Rhinoceros, formerly Motella, allied to the cod. They have 3 or 4 barbels.
footstalk,
The peduncle or stem by which various marine animals are attached, as certain brachiopods and goose barnacles.
proletary,
A citizen of the lowest class, who serve the state not with property, but only by having children, hence, a common person.
bag,
A certain quantity of a commodity, such as it is customary to carry to market in a sack, as a bag of pepper or hops, a bag of coffee.
juror,
A member of any jury for awarding prizes, etc.
break,
To shatter to pieces, to reduce to fragments.
welcome,
Free to have or enjoy gratuitously, as you are welcome to the use of my library.
mikado,
The popular designation of the hereditary sovereign of Japan.
polity,
The form or constitution of the civil government of a nation or state, the framework or organization by which the various departments of government are combined into a systematic whole.
opaline,
Of, pertaining to, or like, opal in appearance, having changeable colors like those of the opal.
myrmidon,
Feeding upon ants, said of certain birds.
muffling,
Present participle and verbal noun of muffle. An earthenware compartment or oven, often shaped like a half-cylinder, used in furnaces to protect objects heated from the direct action of the fire, as in scorification of ores, cupellation of ore buttons, etc.
old,
Worn out, weakened or exhausted by use, past usefulness, as old shoes, old clothes.
pitying,
Present participle and verbal noun of pity, to feel pity or compassion for, to have sympathy with, to compassionate, to commiserate, to have tender feelings toward anyone, awakened by a knowledge of suffering.
deposer,
One who testifies or deposes, a deponent.
embezzle,
To appropriate fraudulently to one's own use, as property entrusted to one's care, to apply to one's private uses by a breach of trust, as to embezzle money held in trust.
demigorgon,
A mysterious, terrible, and evil divinity, regarded by some as the author of creation, by others as a great magician who was supposed to command the spirits of the lower world. one of three fabled sisters, Stheno, Brielle, and Medusa, with snaky hair and a terrific aspect, the sight of whom turned the beholder to stone. The name is particularly given to Medusa.
Sarking.
Thin boards for sheathing, as above the rafters, and under the shingles or slates, and for similar purposes.
Farl.
To draw up or gather into close compass, to wrap or roll, as a sail, close to the yard, stay, or mast, or, as a flag, close to or around its staff, securing it there by a gasket or line, tauten.
Guns.
To enhance.
Bloomery.
A furnace and forge in which wrought iron in the form of blooms is made directly from the ore, or more rarely, from cast iron.
Forgery.
The act of forging metal into shape.
Thimbleberry.
A kind of black raspberry rubus occidentalis, common in America.
Garget.
A small ornamental plate, usually crescent-shaped, and of gilded copper, formerly hung around the neck of officers in full uniform in some modern armies.
Embellishment.
The act of adorning, or the state of being adorned, adornment.
Theory facius.
A judicial writ that lies for one who has recovered in debt or damages, commanding the sheriff that he cause to be made of the goods, chattels, or real estate of the defendant, the sum claimed.
Prolongating.
Present participle and verbal noun of prolongate, to prolong, to extend in space or in time.
Narlitic.
Partaking of the qualities of marla.
Tracheitis.
Inflammation of the trachea or windpipe.
Draperide.
Covered or supplied with drapery.
Arch-treasurer.
A chief treasurer, specifically, the great treasurer of the German Empire.
Precessor.
A predecessor.
Brave.
A man daring beyond discretion, a bully.
Hemoludine.
A crystalline or amorphous pigment, free from iron, formed from hematin in old blood stains, and in old hemorrhages in the body. It resembles bilirubin. When present in the corpora lutea it is called hemoludine.
Shot.
To be occupied with making shots.
Mitson.
The hindmost of the fore and aft sails of a three-masted vessel. Also, the spanker.
Pythonus.
Any woman supposed to have a spirit of divination, a sort of witch.
Hoisting.
Present participle and verbal noun of hoist. To raise, to lift, to elevate, especially, to raise or lift to desired elevation, by means of tackle, as a sail, a flag, a heavy package or weight.
Dose.
To make dull, to stupefy.
Aramean.
Of or pertaining to the Syrians and Chaldeans, or to their language, Aramaic.
Such.
Certain, representing the object as already particularized in terms which are not mentioned.
Inroaded.
Imperfect and past participle of inroad, the entrance of an enemy into a country with purposes of hostility, a sudden or desultory incursion or invasion, raid, encroachment.
Mocker.
One who, or that which, mocks, a scorner, a scoffer, a derider.
Complexion.
The bodily constitution, the temperament, habitude, or natural disposition, character, nature.
Runner.
A messenger.
Mirth.
Merriment, gaiety accompanied with laughter, jollity.
Aerify.
To infuse air into, to combine air with.
Hedge.
To enclose or separate with a hedge, to fence with a thickly set line or thicket of shrubs or small trees, as, to hedge a field or garden.
Bed.
To go to bed, to cohabit.
Childermas Day.
A day December 28th, observed by Mass or festival in commemoration of the children slain by Herod at Bethlehem, called also Holy Innocents' Day.
Praying.
Present participle and verbal noun of pray, anything, as goods, etc., taken or got by violence, anything taken by force from an enemy in war, spoil, booty, plunder.
Junket.
A cheesecake, a sweetmeat, any delicate food.
Begrimer.
One who, or that which, begrimes.
Chronology.
The science which treats of measuring time by regular divisions or periods, and which assigns to the events or transactions their proper dates.
Shrill.
Acute, sharp, piercing, having or emitting a sharp, piercing tone or sound, said of a sound, or of that which produces a sound.
Tabernacle.
Any small cell, or like place, in which some holy or precious things was deposited or kept.
Attune.
To tune or put in tune, to make melodious, to adjust, as one sound or musical instrument to another, as, to attune the voice to a harp.
Basseted.
Imperfect and past participle of basset, to incline upwards so as to appear at the surface, to crop out, as, a vein of coal bassets.
Indistinction.
Want of distinction or distinguishableness, confusion, uncertainty, indiscrimination.
undergone,
Past participle of undergo, to be subjected to bear up against, to pass through, to endure, to suffer, to sustain, as, to undergo toil and fatigue, to undergo pain, grief, or anxiety, to undergo the operation of amputation. Food in the stomach undergoes the process of digestion.
conlutinant,
Cementing together, uniting closely, causing to adhere, promoting healing, as of a wound or a broken bone, by adhesion of the parts.
cabbage,
The cabbage palmetto, inferior to in rank, excellence, dignity, value, amount, price, etc., lower in quality.
administrant,
One who administers.
request,
That which is asked for or requested.
glaucine,
Glaucous or glaucescent.
pulling,
The act of supporting or of propelling by means of a pull or pulls, as the pulling of beans, the pulling of a boat.
setiparous,
Producing set of the organs from which the set of annelids arise.
accreated,
Provided with acria or sheath-formed stipules, as the rhubarb, yellow dock, and knotgrass.
heraldically,
In an heraldic manner, according to the rules of heraldry.
master,
A vessel having so many masts, used only in compounds, as a two-master.
park,
To bring together in a park, or compact body, as to park the artillery, the wagons, etc.
absolver,
One who absolves.
choke,
To render unable to breathe by filling, pressing upon, or squeezing the windpipe, to stifle, to suffocate, to strangle.
grammaticism,
A point or principle of grammar.
Sanhita,
A collection of Vedic hymns, songs, or verses, forming the first part of each Veda.
have,
Of have.
bat,
A medium, as heated sand, ashes, steam, hot air, through which heat is applied to body.
low,
Wanting strength or animation, depressed, dejected, as low spirits, low in spirits.
ridicule,
To laugh at mockingly or disparagingly, to awaken ridicule toward or respecting.
caryophyllus,
Having corollas of 5 petals with long claws enclosed in a tubular calyx, as the pink.
range,
The horizontal distance to which a shot or other projectile is carried.
fang,
to catch, to seize, as with the teeth, to lay hold of, to gripe, to clutch.
Parallel.
One of a series of long trenches constructed before a besieged fortress by the besieging force as a cover for troops supporting the attacking batteries. They are roughly parallel to the line of outer defenses of the fortress.
Nucleiform.
Formed like a nucleus or kernel.
Smirk.
To smile in an affected or conceited manner. To smile with affected complacence. To simper.
Bipolar.
Doubly polar, having two poles, as a bipolar cell or corpuscle.
Coinciding.
Present participle and verbal noun of coincide, to occur at the same time, to be contemporaneous, as the fall of Granada coincided with the discovery of America.
Superscription.
The act of superscribing.
Supposing.
Present participle and verbal noun of suppose, to represent to oneself, or state to another, not as true or real, but as if so, and with a view to some consequence or application which the reality would involve or admit of, to imagine or admit to exist, for the sake of argument or illustration, to assume to be true, as, let us suppose the Earth to be the center of the system. What would be the result?
Kitchen.
To furnish food to entertain with the fare of the kitchen.
Fitting.
Present participle and verbal noun of fit, a sudden and violent attack of a disorder, a stroke of disease, as of epilepsy or apoplexy, which produces convulsions or unconsciousness, a convulsion, a paroxysm, hence, a period of exacerbation of a disease, in general, an attack of disease, as a fit of sickness.
Do.
Appointed or required to arrive at a given time, as the steamer was due yesterday.
Impiety.
The quality of being impious, want of piety, irreverence toward the Supreme Being, ungodliness, wickedness.
Marriage.
Murray, Fenny, Bahi.
Decoy.
Anything intended to lead into a snare, a lure that deceives and misleads into danger, or into the power of an enemy, a bait.
Wrath.
Coming before others, or before the usual time, early.
Undo.
To loose, to open, to take to piece, to unfasten, to untie, hence, to unravel, to solve, as, to undo a knot, to undo a puzzling question, to undo a riddle.
Motor.
A mother.
Capitule.
A summary.
Soul.
To afford suitable sustenance.
Cannibal.
A human being that eats human flesh, hence, any that devours its own kind.
countermarch,
to march back, or to march in reverse order.
practice,
Imperfect and past participle of practice, frequently repeated or customary action, habitual performance, a succession of acts of a similar kind, usage, habit, custom, as the practice of rising early, the practice of making regular entries of accounts, the practice of daily exercise.
demon,
A spirit or immaterial being, holding a middle place between men and deities in pagan mythology.
printing,
The act, art, or practice of impressing letters, characters, or figures on paper, cloth, or other material. The business of a printer, including typesetting and presswork, with their adjuncts, typography, also. The act of producing photographic prints.
escalope,
Covered with a pattern resembling a series of escallop shells, each of which issues from between two others. Its appearance is that of a surface covered with scales.
reformer,
One of those who commenced the Reformation of religion in the 16th century, as Luther, Melanchthon, Zwingli, and Calvin.
tooling,
Present participle and verbal noun of tool. An instrument such as a hammer, saw, plane, file, and the like, used in the manual arts to facilitate mechanical operations. Any instrument used by a craftsman or laborer at his work, an implement, as the tools of a joiner, smith, shoemaker, etc. Also, a cutter, chisel, or other part of an instrument or machine that dresses work.
geometrid,
Pertaining or belonging to the geometry.
rhombus,
An equilateral parallelogram, or quadrilateral figure whose sides are equal and the opposite sides parallel. The angles may be unequal, two being obtuse and two acute, as in the cut, or the angles may be equal, in which case it is usually called a square.
Java,
One of the islands of the Malay archipelago belonging to the Netherlands.
whisk,
A game at cards, whist.
Alicine,
That attracts.
coppice,
A grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, see coppice.
undercrest,
To support as a crest, to bear.
corporeity,
The state of having a body, the state of being corporeal. materiality.
Palearctic.
Belonging to a region of the Earth's surface which includes all Europe to the Azores, Iceland, and all temperate Asia.
Shedding.
A tithing, or division, in the Isle of Man, in which there is a coroner, or chief constable. The island is divided into 6 sheddings.
Melena.
A discharge from the bowels of black matter, consisting of altered blood.
Abjure.
To renounce on oath.
Bina.
To involve in moral darkness, or ignorance, to debar from intellectual life.
Wranglership.
The honor or position of being a wrangler at the University of Cambridge, England.
Bronzine.
A metal so prepared as to have the appearance of bronze.
Orchardist.
One who cultivates an orchard.
Repolish.
To polish again.
Charge.
To demand a price, as, to charge high for goods.
Damask.
A heavy woolen or worsted stuff with a pattern woven in the same way as the linen damask, made for furniture covering and hangings.
Taxis.
Manipulation applied to hernial tumor, or to an intestinal obstruction, for the purpose of reducing Italian.
Horse litter.
A carriage hung on poles, and borne by and between 2 horses.
Draft.
A narrow border worked to plain surface along the edge of a stone, or across its face, as a guide to the stone cutter.
Dungmere.
A pit where dung and weeds rot for manure.
Countrywoman.
A woman born, or dwelling, in the country, as opposed to the city. A woman born or dwelling in the same country with another native or inhabitant.
Walkable.
Fit to be walked on, capable of being walked on or over.
Milesian.
A native or inhabitant of Ireland.
Splint.
A splint bone.
Thegnhood.
The character or dignity of a thing, also, thanes, collectively.
Trespasston.
A machine with 3 pulleys which act together for raising great weights.
Sea otter.
An aquatic carnivore Anhydrous lutris/marina, found in the North Pacific Ocean. Its fur is highly valued, especially by the Chinese. It is allied to the common otter, but is larger, with feet more decidedly webbed.
Dissociable.
Not L-associated or assorted, incongruous.
5-leaf.
Having 5 leaflets, as the Virginia creeper.
Textual.
Familiar with texts or authorities so as to cite them accurately.
Siege.
Hence, a continued attempt to gain possession.
Base.
To reduce the value of, to debase.
Glotty.
Consisting of glods, full of glods.
Stack.
To lay in a conical or other pile. To make into a large pile. As, to stack hay, corn stalks, or grain. To stack or place wood.
Theca.
The chitinous cup which protects the hydranths of certain hydroids.
Boneless.
Without bones.
Whipstitch.
A tailor, so called in contempt.
Discobully.
A statue of an athlete holding the discus, or about to throw Italian.
Lace.
That which binds or holds, especially by being interwoven, a string, cord, or band, usually one passing through eyelet or other holes, and used in drawing and holding together parts of a garment, of a shoe, of a machine belt, etc.
Adorn.
Adorned, decorated.
Albescence.
The act of becoming white, whitishness.
Snipe.
Any one of numerous species of limicoline game birds of the family Scolopacidae, having a long, slender, nearly straight beak.
Package.
Act or process of packing.
Dissatisfaction.
The state of being dissatisfied, unsatisfied, or discontented, uneasiness proceeding from the want of gratification, or from disappointed wishes and expectations.
Barrage.
The gadwall.
Polygrooved.
Having many grooves, as a polygroove rifle or gun referring to the rifling.
Chaplain.
An ecclesiastic who has a chapel, or who performs religious service in a chapel.
Impressive.
Capable of being impressed.
Feister.
A filtering machine operated by air pressure.
Limonene.
A native or inhabitant of Lima.
Dictionarian.
A lexicographer.
Snout.
A dark soil or stain, a smudge.
Commutation.
A substitution, as of a less thing for a greater, especially a substitution of one form of payment for another, or one payment for many, or a specific sum of money for conditional payments or allowances, as commutation of its, commutation of fares, commutation of copyright, commutation of rations.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.